Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm calling to order the Finance Committee meeting on Saturday, February 1st. It's fully remote. Participation is by Zoom. May I have an approval of the agenda, please?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Made by Joanna, seconded by Peter. Roll call, we will go with Joe,
Aye.
Peter,
Aye.
Rob,
Aye.
Joanna,
Aye.
Stephen. Okay, I'm pretending Stephen said aye. So, okay. I will now open it for public comment. Seeing no hands raised, I will close it for public comment. And now the next agenda item is review and discussion of the fiscal year 2026 general fund, enterprise funds, and special revenue funds operating budgets. And for an overview, I will turn it over to the town manager, Ms. Gibson.
Sorry, I've just remembered you have to hit that okay, it's recording acceptance thing before you can do anything else. So this town admin gave the select board, as most of you probably know, an overview of the budget, and they then endorsed the budget in January. We give our overview in December. So I wanted to give you, for people who maybe hadn't seen it, a brief-ish overview of the budget, how it's developed, who's responsible for what, that kind of thing. So I'm going to take you through it. There are also supporting documents on the website. Our budget message is on the website, has a lot of appendices, and our presentation from December 11th is on there as well. Section 4.2D3 of the town charter requires the town manager to prepare and submit to the select board an annual operating budget. On December 11th, the finance director and I provided the board with a summarized presentation containing an overview of updated projections, our recommendations, and next steps. That presentation, as I just mentioned, is on the website, along with the more comprehensive budget message, and FinCom was invited to that meeting. I think some of you attended. The budget development process. Our fiscal 26 budget process began with the issuance of budget instructions to the departments on August 15th. Preliminary projected expenses and revenues were reviewed with the board on September 11th. And we reviewed every general fund and enterprise fund departmental budget with the individual departments, plus with the cabinet as a whole, from mid-October through the end of November. Our fiscal 26 budget objectives include our standard objective, which is keeping the recommended operating budget within projected revenue, addressing priorities in the select board strategic plan with particular emphasis on the housing focus area, focusing on infrastructure maintenance and improvements, new facilities, and new facilities. We are continuing to address staffing issues with a variety of strategies. We're actively working on operationalizing the concept of sustainability throughout town government, and in particular with applicable projects. Capital planning and project management remain high priorities. And as some of this is coming from my select board presentation, but I believe we probably mentioned it with you last year. Management of town-controlled housing has become extremely time-consuming for several staff people. We were able to fill a rental property manager position in the housing office this year. And while that has certainly helped, the volume and complexity of managing the growing number of town housing units is too significant for the one position. We established a deputy housing director position during the year to assist with this aspect of town employee housing needs, as well as other technical assistance for the director. And we are almost at the point of filling that position. We had somebody we thought was going to fill it back in the fall. It didn't work out. We re-advertised, and now I think we're pretty close to hiring somebody. I wanted you to understand, and I think probably most of you do, how we develop recommendations for the expense increase requests. The recommendations are based on the following criteria: whether or not the item is a legal mandate, high prioritization is given for requests that support the select board strategic plan and or were recommended in the 2018 staffing study, whether or not it improves departmental operations or efficiency, if it's necessary to support new programming or existing programming, or provides continuity of operations. We rank each IR using a point system. And I wanted to mention about the requested EIRs. We received a very significant number of them. We usually do. And while we've actually funded many of them, as we believe they're essential to town operations or necessary to continue various initiatives, we can't fund all of them. And we have to take our big picture into consideration. We're fortunate to be able to fund what we're recommending. It's about half, a little less than half of what was requested. The revenue increase from the room occupancy tax, which was extended to short-term rentals, is allowing us to put forward recommendations to address areas which can't progress without additional resources. However, we want to caution, Brian and I have had a lot of discussion about this, that we exercise conservative use of that revenue. For one thing, some of the budget items being recommended are ongoing, and they will require continued funding into the future. Secondly, we do believe that funding source is not totally at the point where we can rely on what we're receiving annually, that amount. So far in fiscal 25 and what's projected for fiscal 26 is good. And I think in line, it's Brian can speak to this at a later time. It's a little down, not a lot. But we can't control economic impacts and possible changes as to how short-term rentals are regulated in Nantucket. So we just want to be cautious with that particular type of revenue. Some outstanding items and current unknowns with the budget. State aid is always a little bit of a concern. We don't get a lot of it in Nantucket. The state hasn't totally finalized its budget for fiscal 26. I think we're projecting level funding for that source. None of the citizen warrant articles are included in our budget recommendations. We typically do not include them in there. So if any are approved and determined to be implemented that have a cost impact, we haven't fully analyzed that at this point. And if any of the items are approved, funding will either not be immediately available or priorities will have to shift. We have invested a significant amount of time in the preparations for the expiration of the waste services agreement, arguably the most complex, significant service contract in the town for the operation of the solid waste facility. There are increasing costs to managing solid waste on Nantucket caused by regulatory requirements and other factors, including travel and disposal costs at off-island facilities. If anybody saw the select board meeting this past week, the board endorsed a recommendation to award the proposal that we that came out of an RFP we issued last spring to the one proposer that we ended up receiving a proposal from, which is Waste Options, our current landfill operator. We had a lot of interest in the RFP and numerous vendors attending a site visit back in the fall, but we ended up only getting the one proposal. It's a very complicated operation and it would take a big ramp up for a new vendor. In any event, the waste services agreement, which expires in November, is really not going to be the same agreement as it is today. It's going to be a lot tighter, clearer, and more manageable. Potential future costs. We have numerous plans in place that are in the process of being updated, or they're ongoing, or they're just started. All of them contain projects or additional resource needs that will have a cost impact at some point. Employee retention and housing. In addition to employee housing, community workforce housing is an ongoing select board goal that has associated costs. There are a lot of parallel efforts at work with affordable housing. We do have an IT position now dedicated to cybersecurity, and I think the IT director will speak more about this when we get to his budget, but the cost could be enormous. We want to take every opportunity to emphasize this whenever possible. If the town system becomes compromised from a cybersecurity attack, it could be disastrous. And we've seen it across the nation and world all the time. It's worth routinely noting the need to be vigilant with cybersecurity, including all town officials who have town emails. NRTA service modifications, we always kind of have our eye on these. They could have an impact on the general fund budget through the state assessment to the town. The state's pilot program for free public transit service throughout the state was extended for another year at the state's expense, but we don't know if our assessment could eventually be impacted. PFAS costs remain a high concern. They're largely unknown, but regulatory requirements are on the way from the state and federal government, and we're starting to see some of those. This may necessitate significant capital and operating costs in the fairly near future. And while some recent public well testing has shown levels of PFAS, which while extremely low, are going to require, in one instance, we now know, remediation and/or treatment. We are realizing increased maintenance and operational costs of aging facilities, public buildings and other facilities, spaces at a premium. Many buildings are showing signs of wear and tear. And Brian I asked Brian to talk briefly to you about how we calculated our salary budgets this year. It's a little different than we've done in the past. And then unless there are questions, Denise, I can move on to the town admin budget, which I think is the first one.
It is the first one, and thank you, Libby. Is Brian going to jump in first, or are you going to wait and you're going to start with yours?
Brian's going to jump in and just explain across the board how the salaries were projections were structured this year.
And before you do, Brian, I just want to remind everybody, when we get the cybersecurity training, do it. Please do it.
Thank you, Denise.
Yes, thank you, Denise. We can't stress that enough, and I'm sure Mike will mention it in his presentation. We don't want to have another incident, because we have had one, I'm sure, as everybody is aware. So I'm sure everybody saw, as they were going through the stories in the workforce plans, there is an adjustment in the workforce plan in all of the personnel lines. And as we were going through the budget, we still had a rather sizable gap that we were trying to close through the budget and still be able to deliver some additional funding increases that were important to town administration and personnel, and then operating expense increase requests that were important as well. So what we did is Amanda, Rick, and I sat down and we looked at historically over the last 3 years, we looked at the personnel schedule charts and vacancy rates, and what we saw was that as we're adding personnel over the last 3 to 4 years, we were adding personnel, but we had a very high vacancy rate, which a lot of places have vacancy rates because we have people coming and going all the time, right? So many organizations have just through normal attrition or normal difficulties in hiring people. So we found that we had a fairly high vacancy rate. Our average over the 3-year period was, I think, around 32 or 33 people on any given month on average. So as we went through this exercise and we're trying to figure out how to close the gap and be able to also be able to redeploy dollars in a way that we wanted to allocate some of them, what we did was we set a bar to basically set an average, and any given time we'll have an average of 25 vacancies is what we will have. So what we did was we essentially have accounted for and removed 25 on average on any given month. 25 positions from the budget have been removed, and what we did was we ratably removed those proportionally from every department. Even though the positions still exist in the department, we proportionally remove the dollars because there was no other way to proportionally remove positions. So what this has done is it really is a one-time reduction in fiscal 26 across the budgets. And what is happening is every single month, Rick, Amanda, and I meet to see where the vacancy rate is for the month. And some months will be substantially under that 25 period, or in a month we might be above it. But the goal is on June 30th of the fiscal year, we have to be at the average vacancy rate has to average out to 25 positions at the end of June 30th. So just because I know that it's a little bit of an anomaly when you look at the workforce plan to see a minus number in the workforce plan, but to see the full workforce plan, that's what we have done. And when I was in the private sector, we looked at it and analyzed it this way, and we decided and thought that it was appropriate to look at this cycle of hiring and calculate how that would be, and to take into account that dollars that were sitting there unused and redeploy it in a methodology that made sense. So just to give everybody an idea of how we did that.
Thank you, Brian. That makes sense. Any questions for Brian on that before we move on? Joanna?
What is the total number of town employees?
Total between school and town, it's
Well,
approximately.
So let me
Yeah,
just
it's-
clarify. So with that
Yep.
32 to 33 people that you're talking about, what number is that correlated with?
Town side only.
Okay, so what's that number?
Amanda,
Yeah.
town side is
Just over 400 are the positions that we're tracking.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right,
You're
Libby,
welcome.
Libby, back to you for the general fund. And it
Okay,
starts with
so,
town administration.
so town admin contains the divisions of communications and real estate. We have, oh, is Stephen, are you gonna pull up those? Yeah, thank you. All right,
Libby, hold on a second before you continue. So now I can't see everybody on my screen, which is fine. So if you have a question, you have to raise your electronic hand. But just so folks know, because I can only see a few of you. And you're about half an inch by half an inch, so it's hard for me to see. Okay. All right,
So,
go ahead, Libby.
I think people have probably gone through OpenGov and looked through the budgets. It starts out with, you know, a description of the department and their mission. I'm not gonna go through all that. I think you pretty much know those things. Then we have our departmental goals. I'm not really gonna go through those either, unless anybody has a particular question, which I'm happy to address. The initiatives track to the goals. And current year accomplishments, you know, of course, I could talk all day about those, but I'll spare you. And our 5-year outlook. Some of that, some of these items, as we'll go through, have changed a bit since these were prepared a month or so ago. As you know, it's a dynamic process and things are changing. So we have one expense increase request, and actually this is a item that's changed a bit. What we've done is funded this particular position through the county because it was really imperative that we get it filled. This is a second real estate specialist position, and we're going through a little bit of job description review. We have a real estate specialist, which is currently filled by Tracy McDonald. We added an additional one because the amount of real estate work is incredibly significant with easements, licenses, acquisitions, leases, negotiations, encroachment, title work, ownership issues, document prep, management of the yard sale program, town meeting warrant article research, and takings. There's a lot going on in real estate, and right now there's some dedication to the housing office. So this number also, the salary is not going to be that. It's going to be a little higher based on our comp and class plan that we developed a couple of years ago, and we're routinely updating that with market adjustments. So this item isn't going to be in our budget as this position. However, we want to keep the funding in because we're looking at some other items that are related to meetings and minutes. We've struggled with getting minutes, not just FinCom, but other boards, committees, and commissions done in a timely manner. We've had not very much success trying to hire a minute taker. We're looking at AI to be used for helping with the development of minutes, and we've got an internal work group looking at that. So we also had a committee coordinator, open meeting law compliance type of position budgeted in town administration 4 years ago, maybe 5, and that position has pretty much entirely been taken over by public records requests. And we now don't have the capacity to address a lot of committee issues, including the appointment process, monitoring compliance with the open meeting law, room reservations, scheduling, obviously getting the minutes done, conflict of interest training, review of the committee handbook, community, just general committee communications. So we are looking at this and hope to be able to figure out some positions that could address those things, and they may actually end up being more or less remote or hybrid anyway. We have one capital item that was recommended by the Capital Program Committee, which is a $1 million appropriation for things in connection with PFAS. This has been, I think, a regular item for the past 2 or 3 years, and we've spent millions of dollars investigating and dealing with any number of PFAS issues. For details on that, we can turn to probably Greg, but overall, it's an ongoing, emerging issue that is not going away. And we've had many public informational sessions about PFAS. We had a meeting, which was a public informational session actually with DEP in September. And they stated that the town of Nantucket is doing more than any other town they know of in Massachusetts on PFAS related issues. We have a environmental contamination specialist position that was added to the public health department a couple of years ago. We've had a bit of transition with that position. It was filled, but then the person left, and now it's filled again. And we're really happy with the individual who filled it, but it's taking on kind of a life of its own. I think that's basically it for town admin. The other departments that are listed under the general fund will be doing their own. We're going to turn to them. Housing's next, but I'm happy to answer any questions about town admin.
Joe?
Libby, what is the budget for free cash flow in 2026 and 2020? Do we know the number for 2025? My understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, that free cash flow is the difference between expenditures and receipts.
Free cash, as municipal officials like to say, is neither free nor cash, but it is a mix of unexpended budget dollars from the prior year and some other revenue that came in that wasn't projected. Brian probably has those numbers right at his fingertips. I'd have to dig around a bit.
So much like municipalities, Joe, DOR is experiencing hiring challenges and is behind in certifying, and we're expecting it to be certified shortly. So we expect it to be consistent with the last few years, but not quite as high because we did deploy some to purchase the assets as part of the upcoming waste services agreement, and allocated some additional money as supplemental funding.
10-ish million?
Closer to probably 16 to 17 million, in that range, likely.
Okay.
For 25.
For 25, as certified as of July 1st, 25, to be used at any annual or special before June 30th of 2025.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, then thank you, Libby. Thanks, Brian. Christy?
Thank you. So the housing office, our goals and initiatives revolve around creating affordable and attainable housing for the community and for our municipal workforce. So OpenGov reviews the different goals and initiatives that we have that revolve around maintaining units on our subsidized housing inventory list that's maintained by the state, making sure that we stay in safe harbor, and continuing to advocate for a real estate transfer fee to provide a steady source of funding. It also reviews our current year accomplishments. We've been able to secure a seasonal communities designation through the state and the Affordable Homes Act. And we've been able to issue RFPs for the development of affordable and attainable housing on the vacant land that the trust has acquired over the past couple of years. As Libby mentioned, we're also in the process of hiring a deputy housing director, and we have hired a rental property manager for the department. We scroll down to the budget. There's not a ton of changes between FY25 and FY26 for our budget. We just have one EIR, and that's for employee housing. And what this line item is the cost that the town is paying to lease units, and then we license those out to our employees. There's an increase in that as our program has expanded and we've been able to secure and find more housing for our employees. We also have some situations where we use this for transient housing, and so we pay the lease and there's no fee coming back to the town. So this increase helps cover the growing program. Right now, we're managing at just about 40 units of housing for our employees. And we have one capital request for town employee housing, and that's for the design and construction on Waite Drive of municipal housing. And ideally, this is the long-term solution so that that operating expense of us renting from private homeowners would reduce in the long term as we would own our own housing. And that is a general overview of housing, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Joe, your hand's still up. Is it still up or is it up newly? Joe?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just checking to make sure it wasn't a new wave. All right. Christy, my one question was how many units are we actually renting at this current time? And you already answered it, anticipating that. So thank you very much. Seeing no other questions, I'm going to move on to Brian. Thank you, Christy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think ours will be relatively easy. Stephen, can you scroll down? Scroll back up. Obviously, we have a lot of goals, but I think our biggest priority is to generate reliable financial statements, not only for town administration, but for the citizens and the select board and the public at large. We continue to roll out and develop the online budgeting platform, OpenGov, which hopefully everybody on the FinCom finds easier to use every year. I think we like it with all the departments. And then the other goal we have is to continue to develop the capital planning software that we're using and make that more robust of a platform to continue to use for planning purposes. Continue initiatives to provide guidance to town admin for ensure ending the fiscal years with balanced budgets. Certainly we've faced some challenges through the environment, and it's going to get more challenging as we saw in the last week with the announcement of pausing of federal grants and then rescinding of that order. Certainly makes things a little bit tough as we go through this. We have an initiative to try to integrate both capital requests and town manager's budget message into OpenGov. That was a goal for this year, but it is an initiative to roll into for 27. And then certainly want to make some additional updates to the capital program software to standardize reports and include tax rate impacts in that as well. This year, we did finally integrate Tyler Content Manager. It's an operational efficiency, internally for accounts payable, which certainly makes things easier on my staff and for getting bills paid quicker. And we've continued department training, and we've fully integrated OpenGov as our procurement platform, which has made procurements, I think, a little more standardized and certainly a little easier to undertake for the departments. 5-year outlook. I think the biggest one here really is looking at succession planning. We're going to have some, I think, retirements coming up of some key staff positions within our department in the next 5 years. And those positions probably will likely be some of the more difficult ones to fill. Not many people are looking to go into some of these fields, as we all know. And then we want to get back to submitting to GFOA the annual comprehensive financial report. The last couple of years we haven't, due to some transitions in the department, and it made it a little bit more difficult to complete those. And then we've talked to IT about really doing an end-to-end review of our ERP system. It's something we would like to do, but it's a very long and arduous process to undertake. So we're really taking a long view to do that. Scroll down, please, Stephen, if you wouldn't mind. And We do not have any internal EIRs for this year. I think we're planning maybe next year to be requesting some additional staffing changes. So I'm happy to entertain any questions from the committee if they have any.
Thank you, Brian. Any questions for Brian? And again, I have to remind you, you have to raise your electronic hand because I only see a few of you. And seeing no hands waving at me, we will move over to Amanda.
Good morning. So for human resources, I'll start off with our goals. Just like town administration and the other departments that have gone this morning, our goals align with the select board strategic plan. But we also have goals that align with compliance with state and federal laws. We always try to make sure our policies are up to date and in compliance with those regulations in the state. In regards to initiatives, we really want to focus on advancing professional development opportunities for town employees. And just this past November was the first time we held a professional development week. We welcomed all of our remote employees to the island, and we had professional development seminars either in person or online for all of our employees, and it was quite successful. Some of our other initiatives are also keeping up with collective bargaining, recruitment and retention strategies, and always keeping an eye on succession planning for key leadership positions. For current year accomplishments, we internally have really been focusing on leveraging technology in human resources for our applicant tracking system to make it really easy to find our jobs, apply for our jobs, and then also streamline the onboarding process. We also have developed local partnerships on the island to bring students into our municipal buildings to understand the type of work that we do throughout the town. For the 5-year outlook, some of the most important things that we're planning for are collective bargaining that will start in fiscal 26. So that's something that we will be focusing on next year. You could scroll down further. So for EIRs, we had 2 EIRs. One is a central internship funding program for $50,000. This is a pilot program, and we're hoping to work together with all the departments across the town to build pathways for future employment opportunities for students. We've held internships in previous years with many departments, so we're trying to centralize it through the HR office. In addition, we have an EIR for a comp and class study. We did the last study in 2021, and so we want to keep on top of our comp and class data. This is market data and also review of our job descriptions. The comp and class study is also related to the strategic plan goals for efficient and effective town operations. I think that was all that I had. Are there any questions I could answer?
Any questions to the committee, Joanna?
Hi, Amanda. Just one question. How many remote employees do we have?
Roughly 20 remote employees, and some employees are hybrid, so they either commute to the island to work or they somehow work remotely and then come back and forth. Fully remote employees, we have very few. I think the minute taker that we had working from California was like one of our only fully remote employees. So just to know that there's like a combination of in-person and remote work.
So that number is 20, the combination number.
Roughly 20. Yep.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yep.
Jeremy?
Joanna asked my question. I was interested in the same thing.
Thank you. Amanda, in terms of the collective bargaining, I'm assuming that that's when the FMLA and the Article 83 this year, which is the acceptance of Mass General Law effective of military service on salary, seniority, and leave allowances of public employees. I'm assuming that those 2 things will be integrated into the collective bargaining.
Yes.
Provided 83 passes at town meeting, the Finance Committee gave it a unanimous motion to adopt.
Yes, the paid family medical leave is something that requires collective bargaining, so that I assume will come up in our contract negotiations for the next round. And military leave as well is something that would impact our collective bargaining contracts.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I think, any other questions? Nope, thank you. Okay, Michael. Michael, do you prefer Michael or Mike?
Whichever.
When you get called to dinner, what do they yell?
Well, usually Mikey, but don't call me that.
All right. Okay, good to know. Okay,
All
over to
right.
you. Thank you.
No worries. Good morning, everyone. For IT, just to quickly go over these intro portions, our goals and initiatives haven't changed too much, just slight adjustments as our technology advances and our goals advance to meet those challenges. Just moving right along, our initiatives are the same, meeting those goals. Current year accomplishments, these were actually written about 6 months ago. So some of the accomplishments you heard, say from finance with their with TCM being rolled out, a lot of that was on IT side and so on. So anytime you hear software and so on, there's probably someone from IT working on it. So moving right along, I'd like to get into the 5-year outlook though, real quick, because there are a few things coming up. Number one, there is a regulatory mandate coming up, April 25th, some new ADA compliances that will be affecting websites and digital publications. We're on top of this. We're working with our website host and other hosts to make sure that we're in compliance once these new laws go into effect. We've got some key projects coming up. Number one, for fiscal year 26, our virtual server upgrade. Our current virtual server environment is entering its 7th year of deployment. So we hope that getting this funding will let us, after the 8th full year of deployment, so in its 8th year, we can go ahead and replace those systems. Also, we have the Plus Scanning project, which is coming up as well. We're currently working on it here soon in the next few months, and that'll be going on for at least a year. We also have our Microsoft 365 license upgrade as our town employee number expands, and as we add more people into our systems, we're looking to expand our licenses. For fiscal year 27, this was originally in for fiscal year 26, but had to get moved. We are planning on implementing a new town phone system. Currently, the phone system is operated by public safety. They've been doing a great job, but we need to meet some of the demands on the town side that don't affect public safety, and it'd probably be best to get a little bit of separation between those two systems as well. For fiscal year 28 and beyond, again, cell phones would then be following that, as well as the potential of a new OIH or DPW building that will also require IT resources and capital. For staffing plans, we have a potential for a new 3rd application specialist as our expansion to potentially both phones and ongoing software support. This may combine with the 2nd GIS specialist. We're still trying to see. We are rolling out, some of you may know, Cartograph for water, sewer, and DPW eventually, and this is a whole GIS system that will help them map out their physical assets throughout the island. And then, of course, office upgrades as we are growing and expanding ourselves in IT. We're in the midst of fixing up and changing some of our office space over at 4 Fairgrounds to properly expand our staff and make sure everyone's comfortable. So moving on to our request for fiscal year 26. Operationally, so this is where I get to talk about cybersecurity. I know most of you get the emails monthly for your training. Please continue to do those trainings. We cannot stress enough that the biggest potential for failure comes at the user level. We do everything we can to protect from state actors and large threats and denial of service attacks and so on. But if someone's email gets compromised, there's only so much we can do, and we try to limit that damage as much as we can. So please stay on top of that training.
Michael,
Because
can I interrupt
sure.
you for just a second?
Absolutely.
We get these trainings, and frankly, like anything, I'm like, oh, we have to do the trainings. But I'll tell you, just doing the trainings has kept me from making mistakes personally. because there's stuff that I wouldn't have known about. So that's my commercial for making sure everybody does the trainings. Not only does it help the town, but it helps you as an individual. I'm all in on getting the training done. So, okay.
Thank you, Denise. Yeah, thank you very much. No, and absolutely, this helps you in your own real life email usage and social media accounts and everything else. So sticking to cybersecurity, we have cybersecurity penetration testing that we need to perform to stay in compliance with our insurance. And this amount is not only going to apply to the town, but also airport, public safety, and schools. So this will be a penetration testing for all systems so that we can make sure that we're all on the same level. Increase to annual licensing costs. This is just standard for stuff like Microsoft and Adobe and so on. As we add users and as users change and as license costs go up every year, we try to stay on top of it. Same thing too goes for the specifically Microsoft license upgrade that we're looking to do. Part of it will be, of course, for adding in new user emails and stuff, but also for increasing our services to our hardware as well. And lastly, for capital, replace town computers. This is an annual request. This number may seem a little bit higher than in years past. Please understand that we are replacing computers now from COVID era, from 2019, 2020, that are starting to age out, and some of those machines were simply the ones we could get at the time. And then lastly, of course, the virtual server environment upgrade, which I spoke about earlier. If there's any questions.
Michael, how many town computers is that going to be?
How many town computers is that should be, so every year we replace our 5-year-old desktops and our 3-year-old laptops. So usually it's about a fifth of our machines.
Okay.
So that could be anywhere from between 50 to about 75.
Okay, thank you. Joanna?
Thanks. I have two questions. One of which is, do we have insurance for cybersecurity? Do we have an insurance policy?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Brian can speak more to it if you have specifics on it, but yes, we do.
Look, can you just give me a little bit of an overview of how that works, right? Like, is there a time frame? Do you have to hire a special consultant? Like, what are the parameters around that?
Well, in the event of a breach, cybersecurity attack, first thing we do is initiate our protocols to defend ourselves, and then of course we then immediately contact the insurance companies, the state, feds, so on, as we need going down. Insurance company will then kick in with support and assessment and so on. Brian can speak more to the specifics of how they support. It will vary, of course, by incident and the type of incident.
The reason I ask is that I had some exposure to something that happened to someone who is connected to the business that I work for. And it was a very long process, and they had to have a large pile of cash accessible quickly. And so I just was checking to see, like, is there a plan for that?
Brian, I believe.
Yeah, we don't have that issue.
Okay.
I mean, the minute we know, or the minute we would find out about it, simultaneously to the IT department deploying their plan that has been developed, which has been, the IT plan has been developed, and Mike and I have discussed that plan, and there's notifications almost instantaneously to me so that we can notify our insurance company almost simultaneously. So that our cyber security or our cyber insurance has panel vendors that we don't need approval from the insurance company to begin the process from if we're using a panel vendor under the plan. And so it allows us to bypass some of the normal protocols, which allows us to be able to do things in a much more expeditious manner. So we don't need to have piles of cash on hand to be able to get things taken care of.
Okay. My second question was about the phone policy. What is the current cell phone policy? Like, do you guys do reimbursement? How are you managing that?
Currently, all towns' cell phones are managed by public security or public safety, excuse me.
Okay, so they get
Yeah,
an
so
issued phone.
Yeah, they're not managed by me, unfortunately, so I can't really tell you.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Mike, second question. So a lot of companies will have software that is going out of date and or, for example, then the suppliers say, well, I know that this is essential to your operations, and now I can significantly change the cost because you don't have a plan, you don't have an alternative, right? So I'm guessing it's different for municipalities. And I just wanted to ask, is it different from municipalities? Because I know a lot of private sector companies are currently being held hostage, honestly, from their suppliers in terms of bespoke software and software that they can only get for their industry.
Right. So that's actually one of the things that we've actually been over the last couple of years in IT, kind of moving away from bespoke software. Internally, and forgive me for this joke, we like to call it the steamboat problem, where they ran into with their original website, where you have just one company doing a thing and you're not really checking in on it and so on. This actually ties very much into what Brian brought up, our ERP review that we'll be doing over the next couple of years. So we've had, for instance, we've been using Tyler Technologies Munis for since the late 90s, as far as I can see in the data. So, this is the kind of thing we have to review and make sure is not only up to date, but that we're using the most current best systems.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank
Jeff,
you.
Natural Resources, please.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having us this morning. So I'll try to be brief as well. You just want to scroll down to kind of our goals. Just a real summary for us is have a lot of plans and planning documents and policies that we're working to implement. But we're trying to do that in a basis for us where we collect a lot of data in real time, apply those to the strategies that are reflected, and then try to keep those up to date. The environment's a rapidly changing place. And doing that, and we've really decided to put a focus also on public outreach and public collaboration to try to get our information and what's happening and what may be affecting people and where they live, the information they need to make good decisions. So you can keep scrolling down. You can skip our initiatives. Hopefully everyone read those. Lots of fun things. Well, if you could just skip down to kind of our EIRs, because we'll run through those with our capital projects and things. So in doing so, obviously we've been implementing things like the Coastal Resiliency Plan, our Water Quality Plan, the Select Board Strategic Plan goals, and that's led us to kind of a transition in our department where we've moved away from traditional EIRs and the general fund, and we've been thrust into having to do a lot of capital planning and capital projects because our projects have moved up there. So to go real quickly through our EIRs, we're looking for an increase in holiday pay. This was something that we had traditionally just absorbed through our regular personnel line item. We really only have 1 or 2 employees that have to work on holidays, whether it's down at the Brant Point Hatchery to keep everything living and going on holidays, or our shellfish constable who's out on some holidays to ensure that our shellfisheries are being followed with all the regulations. The other item that's there is we've added a lot of equipment in the last couple of years. We've added things like our photobioreactors down at the hatchery, our flow cam. Those are pieces of equipment that are worth upwards of $750,000 to $1 million in total, and those warranty costs and subscriptions to keep them up to date and so we don't need to replace them, have gone up just as time has gone on, and it's about $20,000 a year for us to maintain all of our equipment under warranty, so we don't have to worry about failure. So with my time, I wanted to touch a little bit more on our capital items. So just to run through quickly for a few of them, this coastal resiliency amount for $1 million is our annual coastal resiliency planning number. It's been immeasurably beneficial over the last few years to get projects put into design and planning and really further the goals of the Coastal Resiliency Plan. In doing so, we've also been requested through the Capital Program Committee to not just use these blanket numbers in coastal resiliency, but to start breaking out the individual projects that are there. And a number of these projects are from that specifically. So the downtown neighborhood flood barrier design, that's the area around the Easy Street bulkhead. We received a state grant to do that design to 30%. the number that's requested is to complete that project design-wise, and then get good construction numbers to come back and kind of continue that discussion. The Sacajah Pond is to replace the concrete block wall that's there with something that's permissible, and do some innovative designs using oyster reefs and things in the pond there. That's the actual construction cost. One of the plans we're finishing up right now is the sediment transport and dredge plan for both harbors. And that will initiate kind of a 10-year dredging cycle for us. And that first number is to kind of continue that and implement that plan and start doing some of our dredging. The next two are kind of interesting that I'll skip number 5 and number 6. That's the number that we use to collect all of our data. We do all of our water quality analysis. We do all of our bay scallop and eelgrass monitoring. That's really where we collect the information that's there. We really luck out, have a lot of great on-island partners that help with data collection and publicly share and do things. So it's nice to get some supplement, but that's kind of our base level. Number 5, the climate action plan. I know we discussed this a lot at the capital program committee. This is a plan that the state has completed, and in reviewing those goals, Nantucket's going to have an extreme difficulty in meeting the state requirements just for the fact that we don't have a lot of the impacts that the state does. So this would be creating kind of a Nantucket tailored plan to really start addressing all of our environmental impacts, whether it's greenhouse gases, energy consumption, supply chain difficulties, but it really integrates with both our coastal resiliency and hazard mitigation plans. And it's that missing piece, and it's kind of the first deliverable from the town's sustainability work group, which has members from our office, Lauren Sinatra, the energy coordinator, Holly Beck is the preservation coordinator. All of those things coming together to kind of put something together for the town to give us some really measurable goals to move us into the future. And then last but not least, down at Brant Point, we're starting to see some issues with how that dock in the back is put together. And we're really kind of doing it as a pilot for how we can adapt an existing structure in a flood hazard zone and coastal environment to bring it up to date into something that's safe and will last in the long term and be in compliance with both our coastal resiliency plans and our sustainability efforts. So that's kind of where we're hoping to go in the next year. I know that's a lot to take in. But again, we're really efforting to try to get this out in front of people and have positive public discussions and see where we go. But I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions? What about pond dredging, Jeff? Because I know there's some issues around that.
So we're currently doing a project where we are just about to finish up permitting Myacomet Pond dredging, right? It's our first big dredge project. It's gone a little slower in permitting. That project and that scale of pond dredging is the first of its kind in the Commonwealth. So permitting agencies have been a little slow, but we're right there. We appropriated some money as supplemental funding at the last town meeting to do that work physically. We appropriated $4 million to do that. Subsequent to that, we've also received a $1 million grant from the Commonwealth to do that work, and also have some pledges upon permitting completion and kind of that final design from both the land bank, who's been involved with the funding, the design of that project, and a group of citizens that live around that pond that would like to contribute to that dredging. So we're hopeful that we'll stay within budget on that and kind of reset that pond and have a really measurable difference on water quality there.
Thank you. And then you talked about that's the state climate action plan that we don't have some, what can you give me an example of what the state has to deal with that we don't?
Sure. So most obviously, and it's the one that is the easiest one to pick on, is we don't have any real industrial impacts on Nantucket, right? We don't have any factories or manufacturing. So for us, for things like greenhouse gases, our greenhouse gas emissions are primarily from vehicles. The state obviously has a huge impact from vehicles, but they also, I think anyone that drives in and off the Cape see lots of smokestacks and other, emissions from factories and things that we just don't have to deal with. So we don't see those impacts to our water or air. So we're very, very lucky that way. But unfortunately, when you have goals and deliverables tied to that plan and you don't have easy pickings like that, it can get really difficult.
Thank you. Any other questions for Jeff? Okay, thanks, Jeff.
Awesome. Thank you for the time.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I will having a little computer problem. Good morning, everybody. I will be super quick. I think you're all familiar with Plus and our operations. Our goals and initiatives align with the Select Board's strategic plan for efficient and effective town operations. So I'll skip through all those. For our current accomplishments, we're updating the master plan. I think you're all familiar with that. We're continuing to maintain effective permitting review and inspectional services. And at the Planning Commission level, we've been finalizing some area plans that have been a work in progress for quite some time. So I'm happy to wrap those things up. Just while I'm here, I'm going to put in a quick plug for a master plan event that we're having on February 13th at 5 o'clock at the Nantucket Inn. I hope you all can join us. I believe Denise sent you a flyer for that event. Moving on, our 5-year outlook, we may be putting in some EIRs for an additional building inspector. There are some state building code requirements that have changed, and we may need additional staff for that. The historic properties survey plan that was adopted by the Nantucket Historical Commission and the Mass Historical Commission is underway, and we have consultants working on that now. The master plan update, we want to start updating that more frequently than we have in the past, so that's something that may be coming up in the future. For EIRs for this year, we only have one, and it's for $10,000 in overtime for the inspectors. We have statutory requirements that we have to maintain for building, plumbing, and electrical inspections. They continue to have a fairly heavy workload, and projects just keep getting more and more complex, which takes more time for them to spend in the field reviewing those. If you all have any questions, I'm ready.
Leslie, I think there's a lot of complexity in building now in terms of, and so how do the inspectors, do they have to go off island to get trained in some of the new systems? How does that work?
They have monthly meetings that they attend. They don't go every month, but they go frequently. The plumbing, wiring, and building inspectors. They have, regional associations that they're members of. So they do a lot of training to keep up with, changes in, building trends.
Thank you. Any other questions for Leslie? Okay, then over to Nancy. Thank you, Leslie.
Thanks. Have a good.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me okay. I can't seem, oh, there, I do have my video on. Okay, great. Thank you. To jump right into our goals for the town clerk's office, the first thing that I have for fiscal 26 is to expand what's available on our Laserfiche searchable archive, what's both publicly available and privately. Just to give a quick background, we've been using Laserfiche in our office for at least 16 years. So 90% of what we take in every day, whether it's a planning or a zoning decision or minutes, about 90% of that is scanned into Laserfiche folders anyways. Some of it's publicly available and some of it isn't, because we do have to be careful of protecting privacy in certain areas. But last year, with having so many elections, we couldn't focus on any additional big projects of adding something in. And every year we work on ourselves scanning in a bit more. So there's more and more available on there. And we do have hundreds of thousands of folders and documents on there. The second goal that I have for the coming year is I would love to add a high school internship program for the clerk's office, because I think it would be a great place for an interested student to learn about civics and the voting process and elections and what's involved. And although, and I think it's also an introduction for a possible career path or, future involvement in becoming a town employee or working on a committee for young people. And it sort of cracks me up when I remember that when I was in middle school, I interned in the town clerk's office in my town. I never thought I'd then end up here, but it's kind of funny. And we have, although we use election workers for help on busy election years like 2024, we haven't expanded our staff in many, many years. And this would be another way of helping us with little things around the office while teaching a young person about what we do and a little more about what the town does. And then for our third goal, it really should have been our first goal because it's both a goal and a mandate. The state of Massachusetts is changing the voter registry program that we use, which is a closed system this year, although it was promised several times last year and the year before. But they swear it's going to be 2025. It has not, the program has not changed since the early 1990s. It's very safe and secure, but it's very dated. That will be a major, major change, as well as the other change mentioned there, the Massachusetts State Vital Record Program, which is how we process and record and change all of the birth, deaths, and marriages for the towns. Those two things are the bread and butter of what we do, elections and vital records. And they're both going to change in 2025, which will be big for us and involve a lot of training. Excuse me. If we could go down to my EIR requests for the year, and the town clerk budget doesn't typically change too profoundly from year to year. But this year we just have a couple of things. One being the request of $6,000 for the cooling devices for the gym. I think we've all realized after the last almost 5 years that the setting up the gym for our town meetings is a necessity, and being an interior space and for many other reasons, it's very, very hot. So we're hoping we can alleviate that. It's a bit complicated, but we're going to try. And then the larger increase, the $70,000 ongoing, is really due mainly to the audiovisual contract that we have used since 2020 for providing audiovisual services for the town meetings. The last 2 years, we had a special town meeting where we didn't have one for 4 or 5 years before that. And we realized not only has it become more complex with having to expand these services to the gym, but we really need to plan for 2 town meetings a year, even though we're not always certain, but we need to plan for that financially. So that's the nature of that request. And that's really all I have, if anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Nancy. Peter?
Thank you.
Hi, Nancy.
Hi.
Just a quick question. Your $6,000 for cooling for the gym sounds like a very small number.
It is. The high school does not have air conditioning for the gymnasium, and we can't do a central air thing. Would be hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I researched and I spoke to the facilities director, and we looked at these units that are used for large events. They're portable units on wheels, and sometimes they're used in big enclosed tents that might get hot, or big stage areas. They're for special events. And this would be the cost for 2 of them, which we calculated would work for that space. It doesn't seem like a lot. It is something that we don't really have any experience in, especially me. I'm hardly an expert on cooling, but I'm working with Chip, who's the high school facilities director. And it's really, I don't know how the kids deal with it when they have games, but we're really just concerned with possibly 2 events a year.
And we're buying them, not leasing them?
We're looking into buying them.
Okay.
Thank you, Peter. Okay. Thank you, Nan. Any other questions? And seeing none, thank you, Nancy.
Thank you for your time.
Chantal?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Stephen, we can go ahead and skip over this portion. I think we all know visitor services is at 25 Federal Street. We manage 2 other kiosk locations. Going down to our goals are tied to the two of the select board strategic plan sections: healthy and vibrant community and efficient and effective town operations. And we can sort of skip through this portion. The initiatives, of course, complement those goals. This year's accomplishments, it's hard to put our accomplishments into such a small box because the Culture and Tourism Office was very busy this year. Excuse me. But we were fortunate to be certified as a passport acceptance facility by the State Department this last year. And just between February 6th, when we started accepting applications, to December 31st, we had 937 applications. And a third of those were just helping folks with renewals. And the rest were actually new passport applications for minors and adults. So we've been busy. It's been really exciting. I tell everyone I get to meet all the new babies on Nantucket. Next, we received grant funding to repair the Visitor Services building, which is in pretty rough shape, from the Massachusetts Office of Travel and Tourism. Particularly, it's the Destination Development Capital Grant. And then finally, offshore wind grants to digitize the existing historic walking tour maps that we provide over at Visitor Services. So this is creating an app that will make it these interactive self-guided tours of the cultural district, which the Culture and Tourism Department manages. Scrolling down to our 5-year outlook, we're keeping our eye on the State Department's new website. They've actually rolled out this new system that allows folks to do passport renewals online versus doing it by mail or stopping in person. Again, those only accounted for about a third of the applications that we received, so I don't see it affecting us too much, but I want to keep my eye on it. And then finally, the Nantucket Cultural District that I mentioned earlier is up for redesignation next year. And the Massachusetts Cultural Council has changed the designations from 5 years to 10 years, which is going to be great for us because it is a rather involved process working with all the cultural assets. There are about 206 on the island to put together those redesignation paperwork. We are one of the most robust and culturally rich cultural districts in the state of Massachusetts, and we actually were selected to be a part of the reimagining of the cultural district program by the state. And this, of course, happened last week, so hot off the press. Next, we can skip through the key projects. Those are pretty straightforward and head on down to our budget area. Culture and tourism, we don't usually request much each year by way of changes. Our operation budget is pretty much the same. There's about a $2,200 difference, which of course can be attributed to the fireworks, the annual 4th of July fireworks. We're going to be entering a new 3-year contract this year. And we should be heading out, it should actually be going out to contract, award the bid as of yesterday. And we're working with the same company that we did previously. They're pretty much the only game in town, and they do a fantastic job. Finally, you'll see an increase in our personnel, in our salaries and wages. That is to account for our cultural affairs and special events coordinator. So you might have seen a lot of buzz over the last 2 weeks in the paper and online about special events shifting from the police department over to the Culture and Tourism Department. We hired Dina Weatherly back in November. She started November 25th, actually, of 2024. And her job is really to oversee the special event film and permitting process for the town of Nantucket. She'll also be working really closely with me on managing the cultural district and the cultural council and handling the Children's Beach seasonal activities. Of course, working on the large events that we plan throughout the town. So 4th of July, Juneteenth, Daffodil Festival, and Christmas Stroll. Other things I'm keeping an eye on, as of course we're handling permitting now, is performing a gap analysis of our needs, looking at any gaps in our policies. It's nice that it's shifted over to a new set of eyes. So we're kind of going through and figuring out ways that we can make it, one, easier for the community to access these permits and understand what events need permitting, and of course for us as employees to work internally a bit more closely on the process to make sure everyone is in compliance with all of the events that they're executing. And that is really all I. Oh, finally to add, the Cultural Affairs and Special Events Coordinator role is funded through the county as well. So happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Chantal, and congratulations on not needing to breathe when you talk. So, any questions for Chantal? So she can at least breathe for a second before you ask her a question. Okay, none from the committee. Chantal, what is, when you take a look at all the events and, when I look at Nantucket in the summer and all the events that are held, what percentage of those have to be overseen by your office in terms of, your involvement? Because there's, I guess, hundreds of events, it seems like, here in the season.
There are hundreds of events during the season. So this will be our first year doing it. I will update you on that next year. However, I can say that just looking at the list, Marina Disvonic, she actually was the special events coordinator for the town. Previously, she permitted 109 events last year. Those, of course, aren't including the package festival events of wine festival that, those come with a host of other mini events. During those film festival, only a few of those come through our office as well. So I anticipate it being a lot more.
Okay.
I'll let you know next year.
Okay. Thank you, Chantal. Great. Jeremy?
Sorry, I didn't hit the button. I just had 2 questions because I always get asked this. How much does the town spend on the fireworks on July 4th?
So this year it will be 72,500. Next year it will be 75, and the year after that 75. And it's gone up about 2,000 each year.
Great.
And the biggest expense isn't the fireworks, it's the barge that we have to shoot it off of.
And then my last question is sort of fun, but any more Ellen Hildebrand movies being filmed on Nantucket? Since you would be in the know?
Yes. We'll see. I have been speaking to someone, but no official permits have been requested or issued. So stay tuned.
Jeremy, are you looking to be an extra?
Right behind you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chantal. Mr. Miramontes, I don't know how to say your first name. I'm sorry, and I don't want to just, chop it up. So if you could tell me, please.
Sure. I go by Rocky or
Rocky.
Or Rocky is fine. I think Libby started calling me that, which is what I used to be called as a kid growing up.
So Rocky.
That'd be fine.
Okay, thank you. Rocky, over to you. Nice to meet you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, and good morning. I guess, Stephen, if we could just go to department goals and start there. So we've already begun working on and making progress on our initiatives in support of our goals. So I won't spend a lot of time there, although I'm certainly willing to answer questions on that or the 5-year outlook. But if I'd like to spend time on our expense increase request, as well as issues on the horizon that could potentially be in need of financial resources. So if we could just go to the EIRs. Thank you. So ours is the HHS's EIR request is for a short-term rental compliance coordinator, which would be a new town position. So the increasing number of short-term rentals on Nantucket has created a significant demand for oversight and enforcement of established regulations. To ensure compliance and maintain an organized registration system, the Health and Human Services Department is requesting funding for a full-time short-term rental compliance coordinator. With 839 current registrations generating $210,000 in revenue for the town, the financial sustainability of this position is well supported. The role will be essential in managing registrations, responding to public inquiries, maintaining records, and ensuring that all short-term rental operators adhere to town's regulations. As a short-term rental landscape continues to evolve, this position will be critical in adapting enforcement efforts and assisting with the implementation of new policies. The success of the position will be measured by improved compliance rates and the efficient administration of short-term rental regulations. The annual registration fee of $250 per rental, along with additional revenue sources such as the newly passed community impact fee, ensures that this position can be financially self-sustaining. Given that there may be more than 1,500 to 2,000 potential short-term rentals on the island, the need for a dedicated personnel to manage compliance is only expected to grow. And without this role, the health department will struggle to effectively enforce short-term rental policies, which would risk non-compliance and lost revenue. So by funding this position, the town is making an investment in regulatory enforcement that will protect the community interests and provide continued financial benefits. And if I could just also just talk a little bit about challenges. So the biggest challenge to a high-functioning operation of a Health and Human Services Department are the global reach of diseases and also, environmental contaminants and their effect on a small department situated on an island. We are always just one variant change away from reliving our experiences with COVID, at least from a resources perspective. We are also a cluster of cases of well-known diseases away from being overwhelmed. So, for example, avian influenza was recently confirmed on the Cape and has been identified in wild birds there since 2022. And the risk of humans right now is still low, but there's always the possibility that an event occurs that makes human-to-human transmission possible. Also on the island, you've lived with Lyme disease for many years, but in more recent times, the introduction of alpha-gal syndrome from the bite of a Lone Star tick has spread from a small geographic area on Martha's Vineyard to the entire island. So alpha-gal syndrome, if you're unfamiliar with it, it is the one that's associated with a meat allergy, which is quite terrifying to people. This same tick has been found on Nantucket, although it has not spread yet like it has on Martha's Vineyard, but there's always that possibility. So although I cannot point to a specific for certain issue that will arise in public health, there is always a risk, which we are at least partially attempting to address via shared service agreements with Martha's Vineyard and the state. And that's all I have, unless you have any questions for me.
Well, Rocky, thank you. I think I won't sleep tonight now.
Sorry.
I'm very happy that we have you to look out for us on these topics. Rob.
Yeah, thanks, Rocky. Just I want to make sure I understood the numbers when you were talking about STR compliance. So did I have it right that you think only about a third are properly registered at this time?
Well, it's very difficult to know. So that estimate is based on numbers that registrations with the state, but there's because they also, any short-term rental has to also register there. However, that system cannot be relied on to determine how many we have on Nantucket. The reason is it's an additive system. So things never fall off. They just keep coming on. So as properties are sold or they register more properties on the island, then that information is going to stay there. So our estimate is really around 1,500 or so. But we won't know for sure until we actually go through this coming season, because then we'll be able to, we do things like scraping websites to determine, who is listing their property that is a potential short-term rental. So if we see non-compliance, then that's how we'll be able to reach out and find out what short rental and whether or not it's registered. So once we get through the season, I'll be able to give you a better idea of how many we actually have.
So are those all, like, my understanding is the platforms like Airbnb and VRBO mandate compliance. So is it your thought that these are all people renting outside of brokers and off platform?
No, it's also going through the individual brokers. In fact, that's a big portion of the business here on the island, is short-term rentals that go through realtors. The realty companies that are working with these short-term rental owners are actually, in many cases, requiring them to have their permit before they'll even list their property. So that's very helpful for compliance purposes. The RBO and Airbnb, not so much. But that's, I think, why, at least to my knowledge, I do not know that they are actually required that they supply a permit before they will list their property. But I think the lion's share of properties here are listed through local realtors.
Thank you.
Okay, Peter?
Hi, Rocky.
Morning.
Just a question about compliance. You mentioned you have people, you want that person who you're going to hire to be able to go through ads online, et cetera, to find people that aren't in compliance by registering their short-term rental. If you're missing right now, probably registered maybe 1,000 of them, how can this person possibly do that job and enforce compliance?
Well, the scraping will help. So that is the idea of having the contractor GovOS who is supporting the system. They will actually scrape data for us. So it's not like we have to go to all these websites and try and determine who is registered and who is not. We will have a list of properties that's given to us on a monthly basis of all properties that are potential short-term rentals, because if it's listed as a short-term rental, doesn't necessarily that it meets the definition quite yet. So that's why we can reach out via letters, via email, and through the realtors as well who are working with us. So it's possible, I think, for this one person to be able to do that. Right now, that person has been me, and so it's going to be really the unknown, the amount of work this is going to be involved here, but we expect it'll be significant.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremy?
Yes, Rocky, just to follow up on this question, I'm just trying to understand, if we hire a person and you spend $100,000 to get somebody like this, or maybe a little more in this position, but you've already said that the agents on the island already require compliance, and we know that Airbnb and VRBO require compliance on that. I was kind of curious, what is the market that's not complying that we hope to get?
Well, I think that's part of the unknown, and I did say that I don't know what VRBO and Airbnb are actually requiring regarding permits, and I don't know that all realtors on the island are doing what some of them have told me that they are. So I don't know what the compliance is going to be, or what the actual requirement is. I think that's why we're doing the scraping. In addition, we respond to all housing complaints, and so regardless of whether or not it's a short-term rental, so we would also respond, and this person would respond to any complaints associated with that to ensure that regulations are being met.
So it's really, in many ways, this is a data collection exercise.
Initially it is, but as short-term rental owners fall off our systems and need to be, taken off, or we have other issues around housing complaints, then it is more than just a data collection exercise.
How many housing complaints are there a year?
I think, this is all housing complaints. I can't tell you on short-term rentals, but there's anywhere from I'd have to double check my numbers exactly, but I want to say the first in the spring of last year it was probably 12 to 15.
So 12 to 15 housing complaints across everything, not just short-term rentals.
Well, the short-term rentals has not been, this is a new system. So the system only came online in March of last year. So I think this year, as I mentioned, will really be the tell as to kind of where we stand from a compliance perspective and complaint perspective as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. And yeah, just to put in context, a few years ago, I took a look at the state registry of short-term rentals, and there was at that time, about 1,800. So registered with the state, and it doesn't mean they're active. And that would mean there's a gap of about 1,000, Rocky, between what had registered at the state and what is registered at what has been registered on our own system. So, there's clearly a gap between how many are being rented and how many have then complied with the registration process that's now in place on Nantucket. So I think, as you very rightfully said, this year will be the proof of the pudding, and we'll go from there. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rocky. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay. So that brings to close the section on general fund. Thank you very much for everyone who was here and presented, very helpful. DPW is up at 9:30. We can take a 5-minute stretch break, but please, 5 minutes so we can stay on time. And we'll be back here again at precisely 9:30. Thank you.
Denise, would it be okay to release the people who've already presented?
Oh, absolutely. I thought they would anyway. I didn't.
Okay.
Yes, go away, people.
Thank you.
I had kind of assumed they weren't going to stay for the whole thing. I might go with them, Libby, just for fun. So, but Libby, you get to stay. Well, you're not being released. So, all right,
Happy
everyone,
to.
see you back here at 9:30. Libby, are you all set?
Yep.
Okay, great. All right, Drew.
Good morning. Can you
Good
guys
morning.
see and hear me?
Yes, good morning, Drew.
Thanks for having me here today to present our budget. Just as a quick reminder of all that DPW encompasses, we have 6 departmental divisions: administration, operations, facilities, parks and rec, central fleet, and solid waste. Since we're such a big department, I won't go through all of our goals, initiatives, or current year accomplishments. We'd be here for far too long, but I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone may have about any of those. I wanted to start by highlighting that overall, our DPW budget across all divisions will be decreasing by about $300,000 for FY26. We spent a lot of time combing through our budgets, line item by line item, identifying redundancies, and we were able to reduce our overall budget in several areas. In doing this, as you may have noticed in some of the tables in the budget story, we were able to reallocate funds to line items within our budget that needed to be increased for a variety of reasons, while also eliminating surpluses, resulting in a net decrease in our departmental budget. To give you an example of a redundancy that we identified, we noticed that when the central fleet budget was created for fiscal year 24, the same repair and maintenance of vehicles and equipment line items still remained elsewhere in our DPW budget. We have utilized some of that funding in the past, but we felt that moving a portion of those funds to the central fleet budget and eliminating the rest would put our department and the town general fund budget in a better place. Additionally, one main goal of our budget development process that I would like to highlight is the funding of an add new equipment line item, which had not been funded in many years. Our goal is to institute a regular replacement schedule for a variety of equipment, such as plows, salt spreaders, mowers, and other equipment that's not costly enough to qualify as capital expenditures, but also ensure that those costs are accounted for in our yearly budget. Regularly replacing equipment that is that so quickly deteriorates while stored outdoors and is very costly and exhaustive to repair and maintain, we feel is fundamental to our department's continued success. Lastly, we also eliminated a position in Central Fleet that we felt was redundant, that we also do not have adequate office space for, and that had also just never been filled. In short, I just hopefully that explains a couple of the larger increases and decreases you may have noticed in the DPW budget. Although our budget is decreasing for the next fiscal year, I guess we technically have some EIRs that I'll walk you through. First is a one-time EIR to our licensing budget to send staff to classes and training to obtain their CDLs and hoisting licenses. And that is based directly on the number of staff that we have that will need those licenses in either this fiscal year or next fiscal year. Many of our roles require that they obtain these licenses within 2 years of hire. Second is a one-time EIR for the IT department to purchase a new vehicle, likely a Ford Escape or something similar, for what is quickly a growing department. The goal of Central Fleet is to be the central home of vehicle procurement as well as maintenance and repair. And then lastly, there are 2 EIRs for electric utility costs for public buildings and streetlights, and 1 EIR for custodial services at all public buildings and restrooms, which is based on recent as-bid pricing. So that the actual cost of these contracts is reflected accurately in our budget going forward. I'll walk through some capital items. As far as Central Fleet capital, these requests include 2 new vehicles for the assessor's office. They have 2 vehicles that are, I think, well over 10 years old, and the plan is to replace with a Ford Escape and a Ford Explorer or something similar. Next is a Ford e-Transit van for our facilities team. The van we currently have is a critical vehicle for that division, and the e-Transit van also supports our goal of electrifying our fleet where we can, in line with our Green Communities designation. And lastly, we are planning to replace a front-end loader that is over 20 years old and a 10-wheel dump truck. both of which, frankly, are backbones of our fleet of vehicles and equipment and are utilized every day for just about everything we do and most of the heavy lifting for our staff. As far as facilities capital items, of course, we have two capital requests related to the new DPW facility project. The first is supplemental design funding to develop bidding and construction-ready documents, and the second is the big ticket ask for construction funding. The $80 million number is based on a schematic design cost estimate and also includes all soft costs as well as the utility extensions, site and roadway work, and building construction costs, as well as contingency for the project. Our goal is to have a winning bid price in hand prior to special town meeting in the fall of 2025. The other facilities capital request is a supplemental funding ask to support our facilities maintenance plan, which is intended to modernize, improve energy efficiency, comfort, and security at just about all town-owned buildings and facilities. A number of those projects are already complete or are well underway, including improvements at the town building, windows, and a bathroom renovation project that we are currently in final design phase of. Parks and Rec capital, there is a capital request for natural grass maintenance equipment, which is essentially the attachments for the Toro Outcross utility vehicle that was appropriated for this fiscal year and has actually already been ordered, but has yet to be delivered. It has a very long lead time. That also supports our goal of developing or attracting and retaining enough staff to create a dedicated Parks and Rec maintenance crew at the DPW, and I think we are actually extremely close to being able to realize that. So we're very excited, and this piece of equipment and the attachments will be paramount to their success. And then lastly, we have a number of transportation-related capital requests. The sidewalk improvements, island-wide road improvements, and multi-use path maintenance are part of our annual roadworks program, which is obviously, constantly in progress. We have made some great improvements using these funding sources in recent years, and we continue to compete with many other capital projects and private development to accomplish all that we have planned island-wide with respect to our vast network of transportation infrastructure. Additionally, we have capital requests for two standalone transportation capital projects, one of which is the Tom Nevers bike path. Design of this bike path extension from Milestone to the Tom Nevers Park or former naval base is well underway, and this funding would cover the cost of construction and any potential damages needing to be paid for any right-of-way acquisitions that may be necessary. And then lastly, there is a capital request for funding of the final design phase of the Pleasant Street and Williams Lane Complete Streets project. This project corridor is Pleasant Street from Sparks Ave, Rotary to Five Corners, and now would actually be a really good time to remind folks that the pilot one-way traffic pattern from Williams towards Five Corners will begin in the coming weeks upon the completion of the sewer project that is active right now and is wrapping up shortly in the area. And with that, I will open the floor to any questions.
Thank you, Drew. It's a lot. So the two Finance Committee members who have the lead on questions here will be Joe Wright and Jeremy Bloomer. So I'll start with you. Joe, I'll start with you and then move over to Jeremy. And then, of course, anyone else in the committee who has questions is more than welcome after Joe and Jeremy ask their questions. So Joe, why don't you start, please?
So Drew, my apologies for Andrew yesterday. I didn't realize that it was Drew. Will you talk a little bit about the reason for the need for the new facility and the resulting expectation of savings and efficiencies? And also, are there properties that you're using now which could be divested or reemployed some other way that would reduce the $80 million cost?
Sure. I'm happy to speak to that. There is no project that I think is more important for our department and probably for the town and community as a whole, and it's near and dear to my heart. We spend a lot of time working on this project, and it's very exciting. We truly enjoy putting in all the time and effort into the project. When I first started, I was a little surprised to see that the original appropriation for design of a new garage facility was in 2015. And that was, I believe, born from the, identifying a need for more space. Unfortunately, the site that we're at now, if another garage were to be built or if something were to be rebuilt in Mattakit, it would be one of those situations where we might turn outdoor space into indoor space, but you're kind of taking one step back as you're taking one step forward. We've identified One Shadbush Road as the ideal location because it also puts us in a central location on the island. A couple of good examples of the need for the facility, in addition to safe working spaces, improved energy efficiency, and other things, is the need for additional storage. Obviously, we have a lot of seasonal equipment. We are a very seasonal community. And so a couple examples I like to give is like our beach wheelchair program. It's a really fantastic program. Each beach wheelchair costs a couple $1,000. At the end of the season, we collect them from public beaches or anyone that's, borrowed or been lent a beach wheelchair, and we bring them back, we clean them up, and then we don't have anywhere to store them. And so over the winter, they are stored in the Dionis Beach bathrooms and the Tom Nevers bathrooms, which isn't great for the beach wheelchairs, not great for the bathrooms. Additionally, our Parks and Rec manager, Charlie Palaki, is working on repairing some of the playground equipment at Children's Beach and some other locations. And we don't have storage for the new equipment that came in, so it's currently being stored in the former Parks and Rec office and former Natural Resources office at Two Bathing Beach. So long story short, we're busting at the seams. And beyond that, we have millions of dollars worth of vehicles and equipment that deteriorate day in and day out. Just the other day, we had a dump truck on Monomoy Road doing some brush cutting. And when they went to utilize the dump, it actually came off the frame of the vehicle, which was a result of some really significant rust. So our central fleet staff had to go out there and tow that vehicle back. Investing in our facility is investing in all of our assets, our vehicles, our equipment, and also makes us much more efficient day in and day out. We utilize a lot of shipping containers and other types of trailers on site to store our equipment, but it's extremely inefficient and it really takes a toll on all of our assets. As far as the facility that we're currently at in Mattakit, most of those buildings are well beyond their useful life. There are a couple former school trailers that have been out there since the 70s, our salt shed, and a couple other small garages. These wooden structures are just well beyond their useful life and have weathered to the point that they're no longer salvageable. I believe the plan would be to demolish and dispose of those buildings. But we actually are eyeing our central fleet office, our administration office and our central fleet garage as a potential new home for the NRTA, whose lease with the airport expires in mid-2028. So we also look at the timing of this project as pretty critical, because if we're able to bid the project and award in the fall of 2025, we anticipate that we would be moved into a new facility in time to allow the NRTA to relocate to Mattakit. And then additionally, our workshop, which is much undersized for our needs, we have eyed as a potential location for a deconstruction and reuse facility, which is an initiative that has a lot of local support from a historic building material recycling standpoint, as well as affordable housing. I affectionately call it kind of take it or leave it, or Tioli 2.0. It'd be a really great place for deconstruction of structures similar to like 88 Pacamo Road, which made headlines recently. There's plenty of good building materials and windows and even appliances that don't really have a home in terms of being a place where they can be brought and stored and then repurposed, which also has an added on benefit to our solid waste diversion and reuse initiatives. So it's kind of an all-encompassing project for sure, and it's been a lot of fun.
Joe, anything else before I go to Jeremy?
No, I think if my memory is any good, there was a project that was brought up at an annual, either the last year or the year before, that was turned down. And I think it's important to have something that is short and sweet, that says what the benefits are and why this is absolutely necessary. And I know that's something that the capital program committee also suggested, that explanation be developed. So I think there's some work to do there. But other than that, I think it all makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. We have a pretty robust public outreach plan that we're looking to implement over the next 3 months. Town meeting is about 3 months from today. And we have a really great website that our communications office has developed and very recently updated. So very much suggest that people take a look at the website. Always happy to provide a feedback, and there's a lot of really good supporting documents and other information on there so people can kind of follow along through the process.
Thank you. Libby?
Just to quickly follow up on that, what didn't pass was an appropriation for supplemental funding, which is on the warrant again, as you probably remember, for the upcoming annual town meeting. And as Drew pointed out, he is working on a very robust outreach plan. And we are, I may have mentioned this recently at FinCom, we are working on having short explanations of articles that are most likely to be called at town meeting, including this one, so that people can really get a solid understanding of what the project is before they start out. Maybe some of their questions will be answered in this short presentation. So there's been some misinformation about this project out there, and we're trying to correct it in our outreach.
Thank you, Libby. Jeremy?
Yes, Drew, just to move beyond capital requirements, if you could maybe just talk a little bit about your people resources. Do you have enough? How are you doing? You know, what needs to be backfilled, and how your training of your existing people is going? Just a brief overview of the people issue would be great.
Sure. Yeah, actually, really, a really timely question. We are thrilled to be able to share that we've hired some folks recently, and we're planning to make a couple more offers shortly. That would
How many people do you have?
So we have 49 budgeted positions. We hopefully very soon we'll have a fully staffed operations division and facilities division and Parks and Rec division. Outside of that, we are working on filling a position in our administration office. We have one more take it or leave it attendant position that's open and advertised. We are looking to fill a mechanic position in the Central Fleet Garage. We only have 2 mechanics. That's a new position that was budgeted for this fiscal year. As I'm sure you can imagine, it's not easy to find a good quality mechanic. I know Don Allen and other local contractors are also looking as well. And then beyond that, 2 key positions that we need to fill for sure. Our town engineer, as you can tell, we have a lot of capital projects, and it would certainly be beneficial to fill that role. And an operations manager, which was previously occupied by Richard Moore, or who everyone knows affectionately as Mo. He had moved up to deputy director, and his former position as operations manager has not been filled. So, but long story short, I'm hoping by the end of February we have 4 or 5 open positions, which out of 49 is really great. And I think that would probably put our department in as good a position as we've been in a long time. So we're certainly doing well.
Great.
Any other questions for, Jeremy, any more questions?
No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Rest of the committee, do you have any questions for Drew?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to raise my hands.
Okay. You're good, Stephen. I see you.
Underreact, Stephen.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I just to follow on with Jeremy's question about staffing, how does your housing needs for your staff look? I mean, I don't know if it's different maybe from other town departments. Like, what is the demographic of the roles that are difficult to fill because you don't have housing? Are they looking for rental housing? Do they tend to be families, or do you have any insight into that?
Yeah, I guess it's just a good opportunity for me to thank the housing office and give them a shout out. They have been extremely helpful in securing rentals for town employees, and we feel very fortunate that they've kind of prioritized the DPW and helped us get to a better place staffing wise. We do have a number of older or tenured employees that do own homes, and so we are obviously, like I think most departments, seeing a shift to when we're looking to attract and retain talent, the need to rely on rentals. But again, like I said, the housing office has done a really, really good job, and so we've been able to use the resources that the housing office has to retain employees, and we've seen an uptick in applicants recently. So I think historically, the reason that we've hovered at maybe 10 to 13 vacancy number was largely because we might attract someone, but then we would lose somebody. So it was always kind of one in, one out. So the ability to provide housing for staff that we have has helped us increase our numbers and get to a better place.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Drew.
Any other questions? Well, Drew, I have to give you a shout out on the not new anymore, but I think the restructuring of the way that Tioli works has been, at least from a user's perspective, really positive, and the staff is always very helpful. They're always very, trying to do the best. So congratulations on that.
That's great to hear. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Chris and Elise put a lot of time in at Tioli, so it's a passion of ours for sure.
It shows, and it would be great if you could add it, if you could expand it to building materials. That would be very cool, and just great for the island overall. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The next up is the fire department, and I know Chief Cranston's already here. So if it's okay, Chief, if we get started a few minutes early.
Yes, that would be great. Good morning, Denise. Good morning, everyone. Mike Cranston, the fire chief. The mission of the fire department it may seem very obvious in the respect that we respond to emergencies, and we try and prevent emergencies, and that certainly has not changed throughout the years, but we want to increase as we go forward our commitment to providing positive public education to the community, both in regards to keeping people healthier, but also reducing the risk of fires and other emergencies that could occur. So sort of this whole budget request goes along with that narrative. What we're trying to do is we're trying to increase our number of paramedics we have. So everyone on the fire department right now is at least an EMT. You have to be an EMT to be on the fire department. And there's different levels of EMT. The highest level is the level of paramedic. As a paramedic, you have the ability to give people medicine, start IV lines, place a tube in somebody's lungs to provide them adequate breathing. There's a lot of advanced skills that you can do as a paramedic. And so I do believe that that is the standard of care that we should have for the community. And we're working very diligently to increase the numbers of paramedics that we have. The next thing that we're trying to do is we're trying to sort of keep up with this increased demand for services that we've had every year. In the past, what we've done is we have a certain number of firefighters on duty. We get a couple of calls and they leave the building, and then we have to call off-duty firefighters from home, have them respond to the station, and then either wait for the next call or get in a truck and respond to the next call. We're trying to get to a point where we have enough firefighters on duty so that we can cover all the calls that may come in. Now, certainly there's going to be outliers in those types of instances, but overall, our call volume has gone up about 5% over the last 2.5 years since I've been here. I can tell you that last year we did a total amount of calls of over 3,400 emergency calls, both EMS and fire related. And then we have a whole nother division of fire prevention that is run by 2 firefighters, and they themselves have done over 1,100 inspections in the last year. So it's a busy place, and I think what you see in this budget request is sort of a reflection of that, in trying to get us to a point where we can be very efficient at what we do. So, Stephen, if you can just back up to the 5-year outlook. So there's just a couple of things here that I've seen in the sort of on the horizon. There are some new requirements that have come out through the Massachusetts Office of Emergency Medical Services, which we refer to as OEMS. That's who dictates how we operate our ambulances, what we have for ambulances, and the equipment we carry, and the training that's required to maintain our certifications. There's a couple of things that have come out recently. One of them is the NERO's law, which is it's the requirement for the EMTs to respond to and care for a canine that may be working for the police department or any law enforcement agency that is injured, that we will transport them to a veterinarian hospital and treat that canine. We've been able to get a waiver for that because we don't have a canine out here. Occasionally we do when we have some people that visit that maybe have Secret Service protection or whatever, and there's canines out here for that. But those are things that come with a cost. They're mandates that are given to us. There's a cost involved with training our people to get these certifications. And so I anticipate in the future that we may need to take a hard look at increasing some of our training for that. There's also other stuff that's coming that's on the horizon through OEMS. Some of the equipment we carry on the ambulances is just getting more sophisticated, and obviously with that, more expensive. So those are just some things I wanted to cover on that. In addition to that, the Fire Prevention Office is just extremely busy, and over the next 5 years, there may be a need to increase the size of that office by 1 person, but we're not there yet. We're trying to sort of streamline things, see if we can have the people that are working on the line, meaning the guys on the fire and girls on the fire trucks, go out and help our prevention office right now and see how that works. Okay, Stephen. So for our EIRs, I'm requesting 2 additional firefighters. Right now, each shift of firefighters has 9 firefighters. So each shift has a captain, a lieutenant, and 7 firefighters. This would bring 2 of the shifts up to 10 firefighters, and the other 2 shifts would be at 9 firefighters. And then so those are the personnel items. The operational expenses, most of those that you see before you are directly related to the approval of 2 additional firefighters. So when we hire people, we have to outfit them with the proper equipment and clothing. We have to send them off island to the Massachusetts State Fire Academy for a rigorous 10-week program. We have to house them, and then we bring them back. And then we also, there's a cost involved when we have to send them to other trainings to get them up to speed. Additionally, it goes along with the paramedic initiative that we have. We try and we try to incentivize our people to go to paramedic school, which is a 1.5 to 2 year long program. It's a rigorous program, and there's a cost involved. So that's where you see the increase in training there. The preventative vehicle maintenance for NFPA standards is the $10,000. So we just have an aging fleet. We've been very lucky with the community support and the support of the administration in town to be able to purchase new vehicles over the last couple of years. But there's just a tremendous lead time in building these vehicles. So in the meantime, we're just seeing an increase in our maintenance budget, so this increases to try and get us from now until the time that we get the new vehicles. And then under the capital items, we want to replace one of our fire prevention vehicles, which is, I believe, a 2015 Ford Expedition. We have two of those vehicles. They're probably the busiest vehicles in the department. They're on the road all the time, and they're just getting worn out. There's a lot of rust that's developing due to the environmental conditions, and there's just a lot of wear and tear. So we're asking to replace one of those. The second one is under capital for apparatus bay heating installation. We're trying to put in some suspended heating units to warm up the area where we have the trucks, meaning the ambulance and the fire trucks, but the ambulances in particular, because we carry a lot of medications and IV fluids in those vehicles, and that space just becomes very cold during the winter. We do have some floor heating there, but it just hasn't been able to keep the temperature in that space to a level where we need it to be. So that's why we're asking for that, to be able to install those heaters. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody may have.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Peter, you're up.
Okay. Hi, Michael. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you, Peter?
Good, thanks. I guess everybody's interested in what's going on in terms of what happened in LA. And, we certainly have the potential for something serious to happen here. What would we really do if we had, between the winds and dryness, major fires on the island? A major fire on the island. Are we planning more fire breaks? Are we looking at areas that don't have hydrants to try to get water to them? Do we have a plan?
We do have a plan. So actually, I think it was last year now, time flies, but we were able to adopt a community wildfire protection plan for the island. So we do have a plan, and it's based on each individual community. You can view the plan online. It's on the town's website. And so all of our responses will be a little bit different depending on what part of town we're going to. For a brush fire that's significant, but in broad terms, to answer your question, obviously we would respond out with probably our tankers, which are big fire trucks that carry 2,000 gallons of water at a time. We do have a brush breaker that we can bring actually off the road and into the woods that has a fire pump on it, has a tank on it, and we would pump water to that. In addition to that, we work very closely, and we did throughout the summer because we went through such a drought timeframe from August through October. We work very closely with the Department of Conservation and Recreation for the state. Our first district fire warden, Josh Nigro, was over here often, and he and I together, we go out and we walk these sites, and we walk through where the fire breaks are in town, and identify needs to sort of reopen them and get some equipment over here. We also work with the land bank. They have a type 6 fire apparatus that they can use, that they take off, that can go off road. And then we also have a mutual aid agreement with the state that we would call through Barnstable County, and we could get off island assets to come over here and help us. So that's our game plan right now. Certainly, it's something that we've been looking at very closely going back to last summer when we began the drought problem. But we try and manage. I know the Department of Conservation and Recreation has been working closely with neighborhoods Mattakit, I believe, had done some brush cutting through the direction of DCR to sort of limit the amount of fuel they have, and DCR is going around and doing they went out to Tuckernuck and met with a lot of the homeowners in Tom Nevers, I believe, and have given classes on how to really like harden your home, meaning make sure that you have a safe space between any like wildland stuff and your house. Like there's no trees that are close to your house and those kinds of things, reducing the use of mulch and whatnot, and things to try and prevent this from happening, a situation like that from happening at all.
Yeah, it would be scary. You said you hired 8, I think you've hired 8 new firefighters this year. How many do we lose?
So of that 8, 4 were new hires and 4 were replacements for people who had either retired or left the department.
And is housing still your issue in terms of hiring?
I would say in of these 8 we hired, and I know I haven't been here that long, but when I first got here and we were hiring some people, it was like, well, if they don't have a place to live, we sort of have to try and move on, or see if they want to commute. But this last group, with the help of the town and HR and the housing department, we have gotten housing for some of them, and it was as simple as, hey, you need a place to live, go to HR and fill out a housing application, and they were great. So it has not been an issue this year.
That's music to our ears. My last question is, how many paramedics do we have now on the staff?
Right now, we have 6 paramedics. We have 2 that are in school and 1 that is just finishing up. So when you finish the schooling or the didactic portion, you have to do a certain amount of time in a hospital and then a certain amount of time riding on an ambulance with other paramedics to get some training. We have 1 person that's just finishing up that last part and he's ready to test. But we do have people that just started school 2 weeks ago, and we have 6 paramedics already.
Good. Thanks, Mike. Looks good.
Thank you.
Libby, and then I'll go to Joe.
I just wanted to comment that the chief is one of the paramedics.
Ah.
He just got certified after it's a grueling process. So congratulations, chief.
Thanks, Libby.
Joe?
To what extent you invest a lot in your people in terms of training? To what extent can you require that they agree that they will stay for X number of years if you invest in the training?
So in the last collective bargaining agreement that we settled with the union, we did put in some language that required them to pay back the town for the cost of training if they should leave. If they leave the department, they have to pay back within the last 3 years, I think, of training that they received. So that's what we've tried to do to sort of incentivize people staying. But I'm knocking on my desk right now, but we've been pretty lucky that, we've lost a couple of people here and there, but for the most part, the new people that we're getting in they're staying.
So
And
your
hopefully that trend continues.
Your turnover's not crazy.
It has not been in my experience, Joe.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Chief, what keeps you up at night?
The congestion downtown, really. In the summertime, being able to get places just with the amount of people on the island, those are the kind of things that I'm always thinking about. But as much as I get kept up at night with those things, I'm very reassured knowing that we have such a great team here, and I know that we can rise to the challenge of anything that comes our way.
So it's not a lack of funding for anything?
That's definitely not the case. The amount of community support from the town's administration and committees like FinCom and CapCom have just been really helpful in trying to get us to a point where we need to be.
Thank you. I'll go Rob, then Jeremy, then Jill. Rob, you're up.
Yeah, thanks, Chief. I just wondered if you could just talk a little bit about where's the delineation of responsibility between the department and like the harbor master if there's a fire on the water, like what
So we have a really good working relationship with the harbor master's office. We most recently we had this issue with a deer stuck in the water and it was happened to be in the harbor. And the harbor master and I talk frequently. We communicate and we actually go out on the boats together. I've been out on boats with her several times, but the plan is, if we have a call on the water, we call both the harbor master's office and the Coast Guard, and then whichever department makes more sense, we will go with them. We will put our firefighters on their boats and respond to an emergency with them. So, we're very lucky that those incidents have been very, very infrequent. But I think we have a really good working relationship. I will say that coming up in the spring, our firefighters are going to go through an extensive training program on boat operations, and that class is going to be run by the harbor master's office. And so I think it's just a great opportunity for us to all work together, understand each other's equipment, and just make us better as a team.
Thanks.
Jeremy?
Chief, I was wondering, do you need any more equipment? And separately, didn't we just get in the last couple of years, a brand new hook and ladder that cost 3 million plus? Trying to remember.
So last year at town meeting, we were approved to purchase a new ladder truck with a price of 2 million that was allocated for it. So we're in the process of ordering that truck now. We're trying to finalize the specifications for it. Once that truck gets ordered, it's going to take a couple of years to build the truck. So there's and the year before that, we had also received approval to purchase 2 new fire engines, which have both been ordered. But again, they have a couple of years lead time before they're built. So these things just, they take a while. I think we're in a very good spot as far as our equipment and our apparatus goes. But we do have some aging stuff that will need to be replaced in the future. But overall, I think we're getting to a really good spot where we have newer equipment and the latest state-of-the-art equipment.
And we have enough ambulances?
We do. We have 4 ambulances. 2 of them are set up for ALS, meaning they have, the drugs and medications and IV fluids and cardiac monitors and those kind of things in them. And then we have 2 that are set up as BLS or basic life support ambulances. And they're good. We have a regular vehicle replacement program with them because we do run up the miles on them, in particular during the summer months. But we're in good shape.
Great.
Jill?
Hi, Chief. It's Jill here.
Hey, Jill.
Thanks for taking my questions. I wanted to know if you could speak to the BLS versus ALS a little more. It sounds like you have the firefighters, do they come out of school with BLS? And then do you go on and train them for ALS? And it sounds like your equipment, a lot of your equipment is for BLS. And then also in that, like, what do you pay firefighters when they go to school? Do they make extra money or overtime pay? If you could speak to that a little bit, that would be great.
Okay, so when we train a firefighter, they get sent to the fire academy. That's strictly fire training. Most of the firefighters that we hire come in the door with an EMT license, meaning they went to an EMT school on their own. Occasionally, if we have a really good candidate, we will hire that person without an EMT license, and we'll send them to EMT school and get them certified that way. Once they become EMTs and they've been an EMT for a year, then we can send them to paramedic school. So that's sort of like how it works. Everyone is cross-trained and cross-staffed, so that if you're on an ambulance, you're also expected and required to be on a fire truck at times, depending on what call is going on. So as far as right now, we have it set up that we have 1 paramedic on every shift. And then we have 2 paramedics, one of them being me and one of them being the deputy fire chief, who are here in the building and pretty available 24/7. So if we hear a call even from home that's going on that requires multiple paramedics, we can respond from home, and that's typically what we do. But there is one paramedic assigned to each shift, and at any time based on the call, if we, sort of triage the call and understand that it's a call that may need ALS interventions, the paramedic will respond to that call. So 2 of the ambulances are set up with that equipment, 2 of them are not. So I would say it's about 50-50 as far as what we have set up for ALS versus BLS, but certainly we need more paramedics. And then as far as the incentivizing it, firefighters do get paid when they complete the program and they get their license. They do receive a percentage increase in their salary. And the town does pay to send them to the school, and they do receive compensation for attending the school. So we've done a lot to try and recruit people to go to the paramedic program.
Okay, but do they get paid? Thank you. Do they get paid overtime for going to school? So they're incentivized to go to the school because they get more money. Do I understand that?
They get overtime to go to the school, and they get incentivized once they get the license.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chief, one last question from my side. Overtime is always hard to predict because it's obviously dependent on what arises. Talk to us about how you control that and look ahead and try to budget for that.
So, so you're obviously right, Denise. It's one of those things that it's always going to be part of the fire service and first responding organizations, just based on the nature of the business. What we've tried to do is I've tried to increase the amount of staffing that we have on duty to reduce the number of times we have to call people back from home. Because when a firefighter gets called back from home, they get a minimum number of overtime hours for that time. And so by having more people on duty, we may pay overtime to have 1 or 2 of them on duty for the shift, but it's money that's spent more efficiently. It's a better use of taxpayer dollars, in my opinion. And then we have done other stuff, like we've tightened up some rules that we have internally as far as using sick leave and stuff like that to try and make sure that that we're doing everything we can to be responsible with the monies that we are allocated.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Chief Cranston? Okay, thanks, Chief. Great presentation. Is it okay, Chief Casper, are you ready to go? I know we're a little bit ahead of schedule, which is a Christmas miracle in itself.
Thanks, everyone.
We are ready to go, yes.
Okay, so let's, Jody, I'll turn it over to you. And yeah, thank you.
Sounds good, thank you. So a little bit, our mission and our goals of a police department really have not changed. Of course, there's always new challenges that we face, but in general, our mission is the same. I won't go over it with you. I'm going to start by just having the deputy go over our EIRs and capital to just start right off with some of the requests we put in, and then I will talk about challenges and some of the other future projected issues we see with the department. So deputy, go ahead.
Let me unmute and get things settled here. The first question for our personnel items, we're requesting 2 additional police officers and that salary of $181,693. And so 2 officers, and that's for their salary, and that's determined for a starting pay rate. Doesn't include healthcare, and that would bring us up to full staff. We don't have any marine related EIRs for personnel. The operational expenses is our academy costs. We have to provide uniforms, additional training, and that also includes some costs for our full-time officers that have to do in-service training and other classes associated, and those costs have been going up, as everyone knows, for expenses for travel, especially, and uniform costs. Police vehicle costs have gone up. That's one of our bigger ones, and that's just a reflection of the 3-year contract with the state. That, as anyone knows, vehicle costs have gone through the roof, and that's just reflects that change. And those are their ERs are pretty lean on the EIRs this year. Any questions about those?
Not so far. Do you want to cover the capital items as well?
And capital items, we have two. The first item is the lighting control replacement. When the buildings were constructed, and this also goes for the fire station, they use the same system. The lighting system is a lot of remote control lighting, which is just centralized switching. For instance, if you have switching controls for the hallways and community room and things like that, they're all centrally controlled for energy efficiency and fire alarm functioning. And unfortunately, the company that built it went bankrupt, and there weren't any replacements made available. So we have several systems with that are broken, and we can't find parts to replace it. So we have to replace the entire system. So that cost, right, we did put it out to bid so if we could get a more accurate cost, and unfortunately, we didn't get any bids. So the number 200,000 is our engineer's estimate, and we're working on trying to either procure the parts and then hire time and materials and electrician to do it, but we're still working on that, but that's what that funding is for. And the seasonal dorm building replacement, the roofing, there's 2 buildings there with a flat roof, and the roof membrane on the roof was installed in 2000 and is at the end of its life. We've had several leaks in it right now, and that cost is a bid price, and that is the cost to replace those 2 roofs. And those are our capital items for this year.
Deputy Chief, is that the Loran building?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Hang on a second. My parents are calling. Let me not answer them. All right, there we go. Doesn't Mom know I'm busy? Okay, thank you, Deputy Chief. Chief Casper?
All right, thank you. So some of the challenges I wanted to just touch on is certainly retention continues to be a challenge for our agency. We do a great job attracting people to the island, and I would say that's a
Chief, you've just gone mute. Chief, you've just gone mute. There you go. Back again.
Got me? Okay. So one of the main reasons we're able to recruit so successfully is because of our community service officer program that many of you may know as summer specials, which are now a lot of college students that are interested in policing, and we're able to have them come here, and they develop really a love of the community in the island. They really like the police department. And so we're able to recruit very heavily out of that. Somewhere around 70 or 80% of our new hires come right out of our CSOs. So it's a really strong recruiting program in addition to providing services to the community. So recruiting is great. I don't have that listed as one of our challenges. I mean, we don't have as many as we did maybe a decade ago, but we still have people coming in who are wanting to work for NPD. But retention remains to be a challenge. I think we've done better than some years, and we're seeing some people staying, but we're definitely losing people, in 2, 3, 4 years on the job. And when that happens, of course, we see experience go out the window. We have very long vacancy usually to fill that and all the training that it takes. But my biggest concern with that kind of retention where we're losing people is just succession planning. And I talked about that a little bit in this, in the budget story that I have on here, is just our succession planning is really going to be a challenge, not today while you have a stable administrative staff of us all here. But when you look at the administration, which are lieutenants and above, there's 5 of us. And then you look at the first line supervisors, who are all of our sergeants. There is a very clear point where we're going to be wondering, do we have enough people with years on the job to be able to move into those roles? So that is a concern that I have for the department for the future. For some of the accomplishments I have listed as well in here. And body-worn cameras, I did not institute that program. That was instituted well before I arrived, but we completed our first full year of having them in FY24, which has been a huge change and benefit to the department. We did a lot of work on our website and updated that. We transitioned our former paper training records, which were basically in manila envelopes and a file cabinet, have transitioned over to digital software. So we're able to both request training that way, track training. How are we spending our training dollars? Meaning what sorts of different categories of training are people going to? And then, of course, if I need to do a quick search of records, we can just log into that system and look for whatever we need. We're still operating in a world of police reform with POST. That's the Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission, which was newly formed, I think just at the end of 2020 or 2021, where that was formed. There's a lot of directives coming out of POST, which is impacting our work and our requirements of things that we need to be doing here. We still have a large amount of project administration, which the deputy does a fantastic job at overseeing these really pretty large and fairly complicated projects that always are taking into account environmental factors, transporting equipment and supplies, and just some of the challenges that we face here. So those are ongoing. Last year, we did the server replacement. We have a number of servers. Those were all at end of life and replaced. The Loran project, which the deputy mentioned, continues. We're doing those in phases over the off season so that our summer CSOs have a place to stay when they're out here working. And then we added an assistant public safety communications supervisor. Communications is our dispatch center. So we had a head of it, and then we had no one. We just went from top to all the people who were doing dispatching. So we added in a middle position, which allows for a little bit more succession planning. And we did the same thing in the Harbor Master Division, where we have Shane Carey, who moved into the assistant position. And that's good for future planning and sharing of responsibilities. In the Harbor Master Division, a couple of accomplishments listed there. As we did acquire, as Chief Cranston, you answered a few questions a little bit about our working together and firefighting capability. We have acquired a multi-mission platform vessel, which is a boat that has many functions, one of which is a firefighting capability on the water. That boat will be out and about here in the summertime. It's over in Hyannis now as it's in storage, and we'll get it ready for the season. And then also training staff on Aqua Eye, which is a mobile search and rescue tool. Basically, you can see underwater with it using a remote. So those are some of the things that were accomplished. It's quite a long list there in FY24 and a little bit into FY25 with the newer vessel that we acquired. And then the 5-year outlook, just wanted to touch on that, is we certainly are expecting some more regulatory mandates coming out of POST, things that they're going to tell us to do, records we need to retain, things we need to submit, certifications, all those sorts of things. So we're always keeping an eye on what's coming out of POST and what directives we have from them to comply with whatever they need. And part of that, I should say, a future mandate is likely to include some sort of department assessment and passing. Perhaps you could call it a certification, where your police department may need to be POST certified. I can't say that's the word they're going to use, but what that will mean is that there are requirements that POST says you must meet these requirements. So I'm very pleased to report that we are well into moving along with becoming accredited. We have a long ways to go. It's a multi-year process, but the accreditation process is the same thing, a long list of best practices that we are slowly going down that list and updating all of our policies and practices so that we're compliant. And our goal is to, in maybe a year or two, have assessors come out from MPAC, which is the Massachusetts Police Accreditation Commission, conduct an on-site assessment and get accredited. And that would be very exciting for this department. And that will put us in a much better position if directives are coming out from POST saying you need to be doing all these things. We're hoping, of course, that there'll be quite a bit of overlap with the standards established by the existing accreditation commission. So that is certainly a likely future requirement coming out of POST. And really, just regarding some key projects, accreditation is what we are working on every day. We are reviewing policies. It seems simple, but we have over 100. Sometimes we're writing new ones. We're going through all job descriptions. And of course, when you change a policy, you then have to change the practice. So if our policy says we will be trained on something every year, we then have to create that training and come up with a system to ensure it is accomplished every year. If we're going to do inspections of something every year, we have to implement that system. So it takes quite a long time to go through this. Then we have the ongoing building projects, which I mentioned, and then really just focusing on staffing stability, which is huge for us here. Just about a year ago when I came in, we had 6 officer vacancies. I'm pleased to report as of today, we have 1. So we've made really great headway there. And that's really thanks to our hiring team here, everyone doing the interview, all of our field training officers who spend 4 months training new officers when they come out of the academy to join us. So a lot of work being done in that area as well. So that's a quick overview of the department, and I'm happy to answer any questions as well as the deputy.
Thank you, Chief Casper. And I remember last year you'd been here about 6 weeks when we had to go through this. So
it's easier this year.
It seems like exactly right. It's probably been the equivalent of dog years, I'm guessing. So, all right, Joanna and Rob, you have the lead on this. Joanna, I'll start with you and then go to Rob.
Thank you, Chief. Just a couple of questions. One of which is about the capital lighting system. I'm wondering about, and this will not surprise you, what the level of compliancy or thought given around that with the dark skies zoning bylaw not zoning, it's a general bylaw, where we're looking at like light bulbs and things like that. So has there been some consideration to that? I know the town's exempt from it, but I was hoping that there had perhaps just been some consideration.
I'm going to let the deputy answer that since he really built this building and worked quite a bit on the lighting.
Cool.
Well, related to this specific project, it is not related. The exterior lighting, although the switching, it would be controlled by these, the new upgrade. The fixtures themselves are not being altered in any way.
Okay, well, thank you. The next question I have is just in light of some of the events that happened this summer with regard to lifeguards and marine rescue situations, is there like a plan for some kind of training in advance of those situations? Because I know you did a great job with providing resources after those events happened, but maybe one of the things that we took away from that is there some training that can happen in advance for that team?
Are you talking about kind of mental health and specific? Yeah. No, thank you for that question. Certainly with some of the things that happened, we had a great response, right? We have we have an internal peer support team, people who are our employees already, who are trained, especially in this kind of work. Sometimes they might just do a daily check-in on someone who looks like they may be having a tough day, but certainly when there's a larger event like some of the things that occurred this summer, we have more formalized process that we may move through where we might bring even the regional team that did come out and provide a kind of debriefing on these events. I can't say that we've talked too much about kind of, building resiliency beforehand and what that kind of training might look like. So that's not something that's really on our radar. They have really extensive training in lots of different areas prior to the summer starting. But I don't know that we've really talked about that and what that might look like for them.
Okay. The next question I have is about housing. How is housing in your department?
Yeah, so I agree with Chief Cranston that I'm so thankful for the town and FinCom and Capcom for all the support that they're giving into employee housing. Like Chief Cranston mentioned, we had a couple of employees coming out here and we were able to call the town housing office and we got them housing. So in that sense, definitely have seen some improvement in my short time here. My understanding is that that's different than it's been before and there hasn't always been available housing from the town. So I'm really glad to see that and glad to have the employees that can be living there. That being said, that kind of housing is often group housing, living with your peers. And that is sometimes fine for people, especially when they're younger. But what we're seeing when I'm doing exit interviews of employees who are leaving is they're ready to kind of, honestly, a word that they sometimes use is just like kind of begin life. Like they want to get into where they're going to be and get a dog and live with the person that they're dating or married to. And they would like to live without other adults. So that is our next kind of challenge area is, okay, we can recruit people, we have initial housing for them, maybe in many cases, that's fantastic, but then what? And that's that really important group of employees that I talked about as far as succession planning. We just don't want to be losing everybody at, between 2 and 7 years on the job, because they're the future of our department. And when they move away, we lose a lot when we lose an employee like that.
Okay, thanks. And my last question is really around, have you given consideration and is there money in the budget for how to handle some of the potential changes that the new federal administration might be suggesting or implementing around parts of our community, right? And what can we do to support that, or how can we help, right?
So I think we're in just a little bit of uncertain times. And
Yeah.
are there specific things that you're thinking of that you're concerned that we may need?
I guess this is one of those places where I don't know what I don't know. And probably I suspect that you might feel the same way, right? But I feel like it has to be acknowledged. And I mean, I think that we've seen in our community in the last week or so, certainly some press around this. I know you've been asked about it. I know the school is having to respond to it. But I'm wondering, are there resources that you need, or are there resources that are available, right?
So we're just in an unpredictable time. And as much as we're all doing everything we can to monitor information that's coming out, to try to predict where we'll be in 6 months and what the needs will be, that's really challenging. I can assure you, though, that if I do need anything, I will be requesting it and bring it up and saying, we really need this, and trying to get whatever it is that may be. But I just don't know what that will be now. Right now, we're focused on staying fully staffed, training everybody, trying to keep our policies up to date to be compliant, and kind of being prepared for what comes next.
Right. Thank you. I'm just trying to be practical, right, and anticipate any needs. So thank you. That's all the questions that I have.
Thanks, Joanna. Rob?
Yeah, thank you, Chief. A couple of my questions got answered through prior conversations, including I appreciate you talking to the multi-platform vessel there, because that was why I raised the question to Chief Granson. And it sounds like it's a work together situation there, right? Like you're providing the platform and they're providing some bodies to help get things done out there. That makes sense to me. Just back to your retention of staff, and you just touched on it a minute ago, but is that the primary when those people are leaving after 2 to 3 years? Is it just that, they had the shine in Nantucket when they were here as a CSO or starting, and then it wore off, or is it really a housing driven thing, or like what else are you hearing that in those exit interviews?
Yeah, it's really mixed. It's the mix between two things is really housing is I hear that in everyone. Everyone talks about that. And even not even just in exit interviews, people who are maybe on the job that are struggling and that are thinking about, should I or shouldn't I stay? What will our next choice be? So it's difficult to have employees that are constantly asking themselves that question of, is this the year we move off the island? And I think that's a common question for many of our employees who are trying to future plan and struggling to see what that path is going to look like here. And the other thing is we live on an island and they miss family and friends, and the ease of being able to access those family and friends and kind of getting around. So those are pretty much what I'm hearing. Just in general, those are the things that come up for employees that many people struggle with.
Sure.
Yeah,
because I was wondering, we had the conversation earlier, maybe before you joined, about internship programs, and I was just wondering, like, so the CSO is a great feed into the officer pool. Is there any sort of like a local feed into that CSO program, or maybe you'd have local bodies eventually? I mean, it's a long-term thing, but does that happen at all? Or
right. I think our SRO definitely pays attention to that and focuses on, are there local students who might be a good fit for the future of the Nantucket Police Department? And she has done some recruiting in there. There is a gap, of course, between a graduating high school student and when we could hire them a few years later. So it's sometimes hard to kind of keep that person like, remember us, we're still here, and they've moved to, Boston to go to college or whatever. And so that can be a challenge. And sometimes students or young people want to move off and explore a little bit of the world before they might return back home, if that's the choice they make. But certainly it's an area of focus. If we can hire local people, I mean, that is in the best interest of us all. People who know the community well, who have strong ties, who may already have housing. We'd certainly factor all those things in. But it's a small group of people who are graduating each year and who want to be Nantucket police officers.
Right. Thank you. I don't have anything else, Denise.
Okay, thank you, Rob. Any other questions from the committee? No? Okay, in which case, Deputy Chief and Chief, thank you very much for your time this morning and for the excellent presentation.
Great, thank you. Good day.
Thank you all.
Thanks. Okay, folks. Now let's just do I'm just going to do an agenda check. So we are 20 minutes ahead on our break. Good for us. Libby, it's becomes a domino effect. Do we want to take a break now until 11:15 and then just continue on with the agenda 11:15, 11:45, etc.? Or do we want to just shift everything by 20 minutes? I'm going to turn it over to you to tell me how that will work with your
Well,
folks.
I am not sure if we would get done with water by, oh, he's not actually till 11:15. I might want to poll the rest of the departments and see if they're ready to move up. We don't have solid waste.
Correct.
That's not ready yet. So we could ask water, sewer, airport, island home, would they be ready to move up? Island home might be slightly challenging because I think we are going to have our consultant
right
on, but is
Libby, no one else is on.
oh, they're not even on yet. Okay, well,
No.
I guess we may have to stick to the schedule then.
Okay, so that just means everyone, we're going to have a longer break than we had anticipated. And go ahead,
Do you
Brian.
want me to, we can text them and tell them what, if we want to alter it a little bit, we could text David and Mark, I suppose, Libby, if you want.
Brian, before we do that, we should have the appropriations on, and we don't have that on the agenda. We don't have it on the schedule. Remember, at the end, we always go through what are going to be the appropriation. Hold on, let me check what I'm talking about.
I think because it was actually inadvertently left off the agenda, Madam Chair.
Oh, yeah, it's on the schedule.
Yeah. So well, the agenda is the budget, so we're covered from that perspective. What isn't on the schedule that we have in front of us is a review of appropriation articles, which we could do now until 11.
Sure.
Is that right? Because we're not.
Yep.
So does that make sense? Libby, what do you think?
Sure, sounds good.
Because then we're going to finish, we'll be ending up finishing earlier. Instead of 2, we'll finish at 1:15. So let's do a review of appropriation articles till 11. And then we should be able to get through those by 11 and then take our break. And then we'll just start at 11:15 with the water department. So over to you, Brad.
Okay, so Article 2 would be unpaid bills. At this point, I think we have a total of 2 of them, which is good. Hopefully not many more at this point. Article 3 typically is appropriations between prior year articles. Typically, this is always if any prior year capitals need any additional supplemental funding, which I don't believe there will be many of those that will be coming forward. Hopefully, it'll be limited in scale and scope. Article 4 is the revolving funds to set the spending limits for fiscal 26. Article 5 is the reserve fund. Typically, this is $500,000 that we ask for the appropriation for the reserve fund, which is typically or is controlled through the finance committee for unexpected and emergency issues that arise in the fiscal year. Article 6 is general fund budget transfers. As you know, we go to annual town meeting for transfers between departments. It's one of the ways that budget line items can be transferred, or what money can be transferred between departments in a fiscal year. Article 7 is personnel compensation plans to set the compensation for non-salary line items and not addressed in Article 8. Article 8 is the general fund operating budget, which we're going through today. Article 9 is Health and Human Services. This is a contract review committee, which is the $650,000 that is recommended from raise and appropriate, and $175,000 from the special purpose stabilization fund. Article 10, capital general fund capital expenditures, which is capital program committee recommendations. Article 11, which have we set the schedule for when we're going to discuss these articles, Libby?
Yes,
Okay.
Libby and I, we said, so I have the task to document the discussion that Libby and I had on Thursday, but we now have, and also FinCom, for your information, we now have articles on which day between now and March 11th. So I will, in addition to this meeting, I'll work on that this weekend and get that out to everybody for Monday. So we'll know which articles we're discussing on which day.
Okay, so Article 11, which we will be bringing for you at a date in the future, is the article for town employee housing design, OPM, and construction cost and Waite Drive. Article 12 is the supplemental funding for additional design, which Drew discussed with you for the public works facility improvements. Article 13 is the appropriation for Isle Island Home. Article 14 is the supplemental appropriation for the construction of Tom Nevers Road bike path.
Brian, 11, 12, 13, and 14 will be discussed on February 11th.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Article 15 is the appropriation for enterprise fund operations, which you'll hear those budget discussion or budget presentations today. Article 16, which is the enterprise fund capital expenditures, which is also included in the capital program committee report, which was presented to the select board at the previous meeting. Article 17, same as the earlier article for the general fund, is their budget transfers. Article 18 is waterways improvement fund. Article 19 is the ambulance reserve fund, which ambulance reserve fund, just as a refresher for everybody, is where we fund up to seven full-time firefighter, EMT, or paramedics. And we fund the cost for supplies for the ambulances. And if we have an ambulance in the capital program for the year, that is also where we fund that ambulance from. Article 20 is the ferry embarkation fee. As a reminder, this is typically where we fund the majority of the CSO program from. Article 21 is the county assessment. Article 22 typically is a motion not to adopt because we typically don't have a disagreement between the county commissioners and the county finance committee on the county appropriation. Article 23, we will have some this year. This is to rescind any unused borrowing capacity from prior years. This usually comes up if we decide not to pursue a previously approved project and/or we did not use all of the borrowing authorization on a project. This typically would happen most likely with airport projects. As an example, with airport projects, we have to authorize the full amount of the project, but a majority of those projects are AIP grants, and ultimately a majority of those are paid back with grants. So once that project is completed, we rescind that amount of borrowing authorization that was ultimately paid back by, or ultimately is grant related. Article 24 is the other post-employment benefits trust fund. Typically, we allocate through raise and appropriate $500,000 to go into that fund. This has been going on since before I arrived in 2014. Article 25, typically we have allocated $25,000 for a senior work-off program. Not very many people participate in it, but it is a benefit to the few individuals that do participate. I think the town clerk is one of the departments that utilizes it the most. Article 26 would be a standalone article for a third borrowing of up to $5 million to go to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund through CPC. Article 27 is any budget transfers for the Community Preservation Fund. Article 28, yes.
Wasn't it 28 is the borrowing and 26 is just the CPC budget?
Oh, I'm sorry, I read those wrong. I apologize.
That's okay.
Yes, you're correct. So Article 26 is their normal budget, and then you're right, 28 is the borrowing article. I apologize, Madam Chair.
Well, I'm
read them wrong.
starting to memorize the warrant, so there you go. So.
And then Article 29 is the citizen article for starts the citizen article for to rescind the unused borrowing capacity for the affordable housing.
And
for
we
the,
already made our recommendation on that, so that
Yes.
was, yes. And on 30 as well. Oh, no, 30 we haven't done yet, so.
Right.
Okay.
The only other two would be, I think, Brian, the last two.
Yeah.
Yes, actually, you're right, Libby, all the way at the end. Which I think we usually take no action on because we have addressed everything through the others, but there are in the need that we needed to allocate anything, Article 103 would be the ability to appropriate any monies into the stabilization funds and or an additional amounts of appropriation for free cash if we hadn't appropriated through any of the other available articles.
There we go. Perfect. Thank you. Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Brian.
Yes.
For the Finance Committee, we will discuss these in detail when we review them and make our recommendations. However, if you have any questions now, then of course you can ask Brian. And seeing none, I'm going to then say we are on pause until 11:15. Please be back at 11:13 so we can start promptly at 11:15. So everybody synchronize your watches. Okay, good. We'll see you in a bit. Thank you, everybody. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Okay. I think we're all set. Mark, I see you're connecting to audio.
Yep, I'm connected on the phone. The
Okay.
audio on my computer doesn't work, so I got you on the phone.
Okay, thanks. Good morning, Mark. How are you?
I'm good.
Good. All right. You know the drill, so I'll just turn it over to you.
Okay. So this budget year is very similar. It's almost a rinse and repeat from 2025. Spent a lot of time talking with contractors, masons, surveyors, engineers to get a feel for where the construction market's going to be. Our budget's directly tied to not just the water we pump, but the new connections that we install. And that's a lot of the money revenue generated and also expense for us to carry that material. Unlike any other department, we carry all the material for water service taps here at the shop, and we actually install them ourselves. So I'm talking to all the people I usually talk to and trying to forecast out. It looks like it's not really going to slow down going into the next year, construction-wise anyway. We have a lot on the docket, so I kind of kept the same numbers from the year before. Not asking for any expense increases, still maintaining the same goals. Really the biggest change for us in budgeting and financing is going to be regulations dealing with PFAS and PFAS investigations across the island. A lot of our water main capital projects towards the next 2 years into 27, 26 and 27 are going to be directly related to areas where private wells have been contaminated with PFAS that are close to the existing distribution system that we will be able to extend and get those people safe drinking water. But other than that change, it's kind of almost business as usual this year compared to last.
Okay, that's very straightforward. All right, thanks. Rob, you have the lead on this?
I did not have any questions that jumped out at night. It looked the way that Mark described it.
Mark, thank you, Rob. Mark, do you want to talk a little bit about the capital for the PFAS? I think is that the distribution system improvements?
Yeah, so Just recently, it was determined, or it was discovered that we had one of our public water supply wells, well 15, had a PFAS detect over the DEP limit. We're in the process of working with Ryan and the finance team on moving an emergency situation to get that treatment system built and installed on that well. Well 15 is a backup well for us. It's off. Always off. It has been off since 2022 when the PFAS was found across the street, across Old South Road on Tom's Way. So the focus right now isn't, for me anyway, isn't so much finding out where the PFAS came from or how it got there or why it's there. I know it's here now. It's in a public water supply well, and we need to fix that. Not having a backup well this time of year is okay, but have to have some type of backup well for the summer season to meet all the demand that we'd have for those, you know, the June, July into September, almost like a 4-month run. We need that backup. So the main focus from now until May for us at Wanacoma, for me and 2 other people here, is really just getting this design, getting it purchased, getting it built, getting it installed, and learning how to operate it. I'm spending a lot of time doing surveying and drafting, working on plans for these main extensions into areas where people in Matticat and people in town here that had a lot of private well hits. So it really is, PFAS really is starting to drive my budget, both operationally. Once this treatment plant's done, it's going to be a change to my budget. You know, operationally, what it's going to cost to operate that treatment for that well 15, and then capital-wise, kind of changing my 10-year plan from older pipes that need to be replaced to maybe extending pipes into places where we're able to supply safe drinking water. So it's really not controlling 100% of my budget, but it's definitely PFAS, and the new PFAS regulations by EPA and Mass DEP are gonna have an effect on my future budgets going forward for probably the next 5 or 6, 7 years.
And is 4 months enough time?
Yes, we'll get it done. Well, that's the goal. It's going to be tight. We need a lot of things to go right, but I think we can make them go right, and I'm pretty confident that we can get it done in time.
Okay.
We're also in the middle of a process of the new source approval. As you remember, a capital project 3 or 4 years ago, as we drilled the new well out by North Pasture Tank. All that data and all the studies collected off that well are now at Mass DEP getting reviewed for that new source approval. That process takes a few years.
Okay.
Been talking with them to try to push that up, to see if we can get that new well online faster than a few more years from now.
Thank you. And you know this question we ask you every year, Mark, are we ever going to run out of water?
No, we manage it. Remember, we don't own the water.
Right.
The Commonwealth of Massachusetts owns the water. They tell me how much I can pump. I can't just turn my pumps on and pump whatever I want to pump.
Right.
It is controlled and regulated through Mass DEP up to EPA regulations. So, and we know what we have, and we've put a lot of time and money and effort into knowing what the aquifer is and what it stores and what really stresses it. So I think we're in a good place to manage our water and our resource, and with the guidance with DEP, you know, we can't go willy-nilly and do what we want. We got to kind of stay true to the path.
Thank you. Joe?
PFAS, it's a problem in a lot of places. Is there any place to go for recourse? I mean, it's sort of like smoking or some other carcinogenic. Is there a group suing or anything we can be part of to get reimbursed?
We are part of a couple of class action suits against the larger chemical companies that used to produce this stuff. You know, I know we're part of it. I don't know how fast that's going to move.
Yeah.
You're right, though. This stuff is everywhere. We're not, by far, not the only community talking with the people out of Portland, Maine that are building this filter system for our well. He told me they could have their whole operation working 7 days a week you know, three 8-hour shifts, 24 hours a day, and not be able to make this stuff fast enough for people. I think Commonwealth of Massachusetts is up to like 35% or 45% of all public water supplies have some type of PFAS contamination now. And we have to deal with it. We're just going to have to, you know, these treatment systems are really good. They're very effective. And I think it's going to become commonplace in the water industry that public water supplies and bigger private situations are going to have PFAS treatment.
And I guess second question, how is your staffing?
Staffing's great. I'm truly blessed to have the talent that I have here. The admin staff is incredible. With all of our billing, remember, we do all the billing for the sewer department as well. So that part is great. I'm very lucky to have a couple of individuals that allow us to do all of our own engineering and drawing, all of our AutoCAD work, all of our design work for all of our projects. And that's just a huge savings. Even for this, you know, PFAS treatment system that we're putting in, just the ability to survey, draw, and come up with our own designs to show the engineer, you know, we're probably going to save 6 figures in this project just by doing that in-house ourselves. And having the ability to do a lot of the work ourselves in these projects is really fortunate to have the people I have. And right now, currently, we're good. We're in a good spot. We're handling the flow and the workload. You know, as the regulations change and as our customer base grows, obviously, I think, you know, maybe in the next couple of years, I'll probably have to add another customer representative to help out with the customer support. And at some point, maybe find a young hydrogeologist or a young engineer to replace me, who I never replaced when I took Bob's job. So those would be the two spots that might happen in the next couple of years.
Other questions? Thank you, Joe. Other questions from the committee? Okay, Mark, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Is David available, Libby? We are way ahead of schedule this year.
What I saw him on.
Yeah,
I am here. Yep.
Oh, excellent. Mr. Gray, always a pleasure to see you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Okay, over to you, David. You know the drill.
I do. Thank you very much, everyone. And we'll jump right into this here. Our story really hasn't changed any over the years. We're still here to protect the public by properly treating and disposing of any sanitary sewer waste, etc. Our goals changed a little bit, not too much from what we've been doing before. We're definitely still working on our strategic plan with our 4 department divisions. And then now we've also added stormwater management to that. I do have a current stormwater manager who used to be my department's engineer, Charles, and he's doing an awful lot with stormwater. We continue to work very closely with all the other departments and island organizations to coordinate all of our projects. We work so closely with Mark and in his department and all of our projects. It's been really good. I mean, we go down the road now and we replace everything at the same time, so we don't have to go back in a couple of years to replace it or change anything. We have a new stormwater enterprise fund, and the manager is on board. We're currently developing new stormwater regulations that will meet today's standards, as well as meet all of the DEP and EPA requirements that are changing extremely rapidly. I just spent the last week up in Boston, and I'll touch on that a little bit down further. And we're still evaluating technologies available for the destruction and reduction of PFAS. Out here, it doesn't make much sense to try to collect, store, and then try to ship any PFAS waste off island. It's just not feasible. So I was able to see a bunch of different technologies this last week as well. Still looking at coastal resiliency measures, working very closely with Vince and his team, as well as the land bank, et cetera, to take and see what we can do with some coastal resiliency based on a lot of erosion and stuff. I have seen a little bit of a shift this year on the South Shore here, where the rip that was out front that had changed about 4 or 5 years ago seems to now have gone back to where it was before. So, and luckily we haven't had any big storms yet. We're continuing on with CMOM. I'm pretty sure all familiar with Pleasant Street was just done as part of the CMOM project. We replaced all the sewer, stormwater, and we ended up having to move a water main that was just touching in some spots, but too close to the sanitary sewer. So that was all completed, and that crew has just getting ready to demob from there, and they're going to be going back out to Sconset to do some more work. I'm part of the PFAS action team with the town, and we are working so closely with health, water, solid waste. PFAS and PFOA has become part of my life every day. And again, I'll touch a little bit more further down. HR is doing a great job trying to get us some more employee recruitment, which has been tough, but that seems to be progressing well. All of those that may live along the Force Main project, it's going along very well. Currently, we're in probably one of the toughest sections, that being Winter Street, crossing Main, and now we're on Pine Street, where the street is as big as the machine. And there is a lot of beautiful trees on Pine Street that we have been working so closely with Dale and the DPW on to avoid every way we possibly can. And it's been very smooth transition along Pine Street. It's been a real nail biter there because there's just so much. Anyone that's been in town, some of our restoration has already begun and is completed along C Street, Step, Center, and Lily. The sidewalks have all been restored. And in areas where we didn't have to do any excavation, we were able to go in and restore flat sidewalks where they were completely rough or damaged over the years, tree roots and stuff like that. So we've been able to really Center Street and Step Lane look very, very nice. And I've heard a lot of people talking about them taking walks on them. Stormwater manager, working very closely with coastal resiliency, with Vince, land council, land bank, the select board's programs on everything that's going on with stormwater resiliency. We're trying to get all of our stormwater infrastructure into GIS, and doing a lot of repairs as we go. We're going to be coming up into year 2 of stormwater CMOM, and we're finding some challenges that we're working through. This next one it was pretty exciting. We finished replacing all of our membrane in the beginning middle of January. It became a little bit more of a challenge because the day we started to change the membranes, the temperature dropped to 18 and the wind started above 20 and stayed that way for the whole week. Prior to that, it was in the 40s and close to 50. But those membranes are all done. All the work on the blowers have been taken care of. The programming and the systems have been done. The operators have been getting retrained on the newer, more efficient systems. It's anticipated by the new system and the new membranes that we're supposed to be looking at about a 30 to 40% reduction in electricity costs. We'll see. We installed those original membranes in 2007, and they lasted up until just a couple weeks ago. Very impressive, and I have to say that goes a lot to my crew. My crew is extremely faithful and diligent in any maintenance and services that they have to do on these really complex treatment systems. So kudos to my crew. Um, PFAS testing, because it's all we talk about. It's pretty much all we do. We have been testing now for 2 years. We're going to be starting our third year of PFAS testing. And that was initiated because we needed to know a baseline of what was hitting the facility, what we had to treat, and what we were getting rid of. So that's gone very well. And we test every single waste stream that comes into the plant. Carpet cleaners, doggy washers, septic, everything that hits the plant, we tested. The 5-year look ahead, and with some of the sessions I just was in last week, PFAS regulations are coming for wastewater. We know they're coming. There's going to be limits. They're still trying to figure out what that limit is. We've heard down as low as what they want for drinking water. So ultimately here, once those limits start to come, we're going to also have to look at some type of treatment like Mark is, and that, it's carbon filtration or whatever else is out there. And we're going to try to couple that with some type of PFAS destruction technology. Because once you use a carbon filter, now you have a waste stream that you have to get rid of. And some of the newer technologies can destroy that carbon waste. So you don't have to try to collect it, store it, and then ship it. So we may also see stormwater discharge limits in the coming years, as Nantucket's not an MS4 community, but the Cape is, and we'll see where we end up. Some of the key project stuff, the final restoration and paving and the third route. The third sewer force main route should begin here in the spring, going into the fall. The tough part of the paving is there's only one contractor out here that does the paving, and the town itself has a lot of projects that need to be done, as well as the force main route. So it's been kind of challenging for paving. Our upgrade is currently in design at the treatment plant. We have the OPM on board for the maintenance administration build, and that's going out for to select a designer. Some of the big drainage stuff that we're looking at and is Silver Street tributary, the tributary area all the way down to Goose Pond, Consu Springs. You wouldn't know it or wouldn't think of it, but that Silver Street parking lot takes a massive tributary area all the way up towards Milk Street, Vestal Street, and it all flows down to Silver Street. So that's a challenging area that we have to try to solve over the next few years of stormwater. Staffing, still have a few open positions. Have recently hired some individuals that are extremely talented. They're motivated to get some licensing and stuff, so that's going well. Still no luck with our engineering or compliance officer. It's still posted. Touch on the big tickets. We have the sewer extension there and into the listed needs areas, Somerset Raceway, in planning. We're working very closely with the new project manager, Kevin Manuel, and he has been a real breath of fresh air to come in, because he has that experience and software and everything like that to help with this planning and working with Tracy and everyone. It's been really good. Things are going well. Washington Street Coastal Resiliency Project's underway. And the Baxter Road utilities relocation is a big item for myself, and as well as it is for water. Plans are all done. There's still a couple of access issues that they're working through, but when that ball falls, we have plans in place ready to go. So hopefully we won't have any storms over the next couple of years, but that's where that's in good shape. Drop down here to the expense. Oh, here's some here. Yeah. Expense increase reports requests. I have one personnel I'm looking for. And this person is specifically going to do a lot more data entry and QA QC, as we're getting into some new software that's going to better assist us in being able to generate maintenance reports, asset management so that we know how many gizmos we have, et cetera, and stuff like that. And it's all data entry all the time. It's something that current staff, and some of it's well over my head. So that's one position that we're looking for. And with some of the stuff that I've seen, a couple of the interns we've had recently, and what some of these younger kids can do with Excel and AI and all this other stuff, just we end up spending time sitting behind some of these interns watching what they're doing with geocaching, et cetera. So it's a pretty important position for us to get someone in there. Operational expenses, we had some ongoing maintenance, equipment, supplies, chemical supplies, and electricity. Those were ongoing. Operational expenses. Everything is costing more and more, and some of the lead times we're running into are. We just had a lead time on a pump a couple weeks ago, 16 weeks to get a pump. It's still that much of an impact. I touched quickly on capital. Airport Road, Cato Lane pump stations are both looking for some upgrades to bring them up to today's standards, increase the wet well sizes, bring in some new pumps that aren't 20, 25 years old, and more energy efficient, especially for the Cato Lane, because currently Cato Lane runs on old technology, and we're going to go upgrade it to three-phase 480 volt, which is much more efficient to operate. The CMOM operations continue. That's pretty much an ongoing request yearly. We have made a tremendous dent in a lot of the existing infrastructure, with still a lot more to go. In one year to year and a half ago, we removed 250,000 gallons a day out of the sanitary sewers just by lining some of the sanitary sewers down in the downtown area. 250,000 gallons a day, fresh water that doesn't need to be treated out of the system. It makes a big difference. Somerset Needs Area design is underway. Again, working very closely with Kevin, Tracy, and all the other departments. So we're moving along with that. Our org chart really doesn't change much. And I can probably talk all day on stormwater, but I won't. Our stormwater system is older than our sanitary sewers. So this is going to be a big challenge for us to try to get this mapped, operational, and to figure out what we're ultimately going to do with the discharges in the harbor. As Mass Fisheries doesn't want any more discharges in the harbor, we got to figure out what we're going to do with it, how we're going to treat it, et cetera. So we're working very closely with the select board, Vince, the Coastal Resources, Resiliency, yacht clubs, the what else are we working with? Land and Water Council, all these different groups to try to come together to figure out how we can do it, or use property that owned by other departments or organizations to help treat some of this before if they're allowed to keep discharging it into the harbor. So other than that, things are continuing along with phases. I don't know if you want me to go through line items budget by budget, or.
No, David, the overview is perfect, and then I'll open it up to the committee to see if they have any questions. I have a couple, but I'll let the committee raise their hand first. Okay, then I'll jump in. You talked about, when you were talking about stormwater, and you did say you could talk about it a long time, and probably nobody here but you and I would like to do that. So, but I did have a quick question for you, which is, you said that the CMOM system, the stormwater CMOM, raised some surprises. Could you give me an example of one? What's a surprise in a stormwater CMOM process?
Locating pipes that, one, we didn't know were existed, or two, went through private property that we had no idea. We always knew that stormwater would come from, say, North Beach Street, and it was getting over to Children's Beach. We assumed, in some of the mapping we showed it in the town's right of way. Well, it was about 30 feet outside the town's right of way, and the pipes were completely rotted away. So that was a big surprise for us. And some of the other stuff that we're finding, especially in North Beach Street, all of that Brant Point area, is because the groundwater is so high. Over the years, infiltration has been incredible down there. I mean, as we were cameraing some of these lines, you'd come to a spot, a crack in a pipe, where it looked like there was a fire hydrant full blast into the line, and that's water that we had to transport, treat, etc. And most of the structures down there were probably built, the collection structures, early 1900s by
Wow.
hand. By hand, some of them are absolutely amazing. I don't know how they did it back then, but a lot of them are just in such bad disrepair that we've had a few areas where roads have collapsed around structures and sidewalks have collapsed. So as
Okay.
soon as we clean them, get the sand out, that we're having structural failures.
Thank you. What's a MS4 community? I don't know what that is.
It's the EPA and DEP. It's got to do with limits for discharges into water bodies. Nantucket and the Vineyard were left out at this time. Right now, the Cape is under, and any other waterfront community. It has to do with pre-treatment, treatment, how you're conveying the waste, the stormwater. You can't have, it's got to do with nutrient loadings, nitrogen and nitrates, and ultimately going to be looking at PFAS discharge limits. So we are not yet an MS4 community, but we're under the thinking that we should proceed as though we are. So when something comes in the future, we're not taken off guard.
Thank you. And where do you stand in respect of erosion on the Surfside Road?
This year, so far, it looks like it's stable. We've had some storms where we've had a little bit of washover, nothing like last year yet.
Mm-hmm.
This summer, the beachhead accreted quite a bit. You could probably put 4 cars side by side along the beach during the summer. Now it's maybe down to 2, but what we've noticed a difference with, and I don't know if it's just because it's an off year for El Nino or whatever, but the southeast, southwest storms that we've had in the last 4 or 5 years, we're not seeing, thank God.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any questions for David? In which case, David, thank you very much. Always so interesting. And I was actually talking to Libby on Thursday and said, and you're on my to-do list to get a tour. Because it's
I was
just,
just going to say that, Denise. Yeah, and there's some other newer members on the board that I'd love to get out to for a tour.
sounds good. All right. Have a great rest of your weekend, David. Thank you.
Hey, man, Steve, it looks
Oh,
like he's
Steven,
good.
you have a question? Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. David, and I'm glad you brought up the offer for a tour. I always appreciate that every year, although for 12 years I haven't taken you up on it, but one day maybe I will get that tour. And I'm interested actually to hear about erosion and how that affects operations. Are all of the beds, if that's the right terminology, are all of them in use all of the time, or how does that? How do you make use of the total facility area?
What we do is the beds were based off of the total flow capacity of the 4 million gallons a day was based off all 15 beds. Currently, bed 3 has been filled in, and 2 other beds are offline just because of the close proximity. And they were original. They were back into the early 70s and 80s, and they didn't perk very well. So what we do is we have a rotational list of beds 1 through 12 right now. Almost all of our beds are 3-4 day beds. They can handle the flow, everyday flow, for 4 or 5 days at a time. If we have any kind of a weather event, extreme flooding downtown or tropical storm or something, we actually will open up 2 or 3 beds just so that the flow can get through the facility, can get treated and through the facility quicker into other beds. So there's never much of a little slowdown going out to the back. But Mass DEP is currently reviewing our operations and the fact that some of the beds are so close to the beach, and if that's going to have any impact on our total flows, which it could. We don't know yet. There's a whole new regulatory division that handles Nantucket, and we just met them last summer, so I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, it does help. So has the technology changed over the years, or is it, the size of a bed determines how many gallons of flow it can handle, and that's been constant over the years?
It's all based on sieve size and the percolation rate and how fast a bed can perk back into the recharge zone. Most of our flows from the plant, once they get into the discharge beds, ultimately travels and heads over towards the ocean. That it's not that the technology on that end has changed as much as some of the technologies before that. Like our membranes, for instance, I mean, our membranes produce an incredible effluent that doesn't impact the beds as much as, say, 2008, when we were constantly maintaining our beds. We still have to maintain our beds. DEP doesn't want to see any weeds in them, so we have to constantly go out and play farmer and pull the weeds and et cetera and stuff like that. But the discharge technology, the only thing that is changing there is based off an incident that took place in Hawaii, some of the recent lava flows out there, where discharges of storm sanitary sewers that were going to their treatment facilities or their treatment beds were interrupted by lava flows, and then currently they were discharging straight into the ocean or the harbors out there. So some of the rulings that MDEP is looking at are looking at the possibility of calling Nantucket, instead of a groundwater discharge facility, as a surface water. I hope not, based off of how we've operated all these years. But if it comes to that, based off what happened in Hawaii, that could change a lot that we just don't know yet. I just wanted to let you know what MS4 stands. It's Municipal Separate Stormwater Sewer Systems. Believe it or not, a lot of systems in Massachusetts and other states are still a combined system that have stormwater and sanitary sewer. And when there's a storm event, some of these systems are overcome. We probably still have some stormwater that's connected to the sanitary sewer, and we're finding them and removing them. But other than that, we're almost a 100% separate system. So,
Thank you. Stephen, anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, David.
Thanks,
Okay.
Steve. Yeah.
Thanks, David. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thank you, everyone. And anytime, come on out.
I'll be emailing you this week.
Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Thanks.
Okay, Noah, I think you're on. You're up.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, FinCom members.
Good morning, Noah.
Okay, thank you. Stephen, are you controlling the screen?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so, mission, we're an airport. I think recent crashes always underscore that our overall emphasis is safety. Our chief regulator and funding agent is the FAA, and above all, they are a safety-based organization. So we're here to provide safe air service. First of all, we want it to be economically sustainable and environmentally responsible as well, but safety trumps all of those other items when it comes to our mission. We set 3 goals for this year. That is to complete employee housing, the phase 1 construction that is on schedule to be completed in July of this year. If you've driven past Novadear Farm Road, you'll see that the boxes have been delivered and are in place, and the last I checked, the trusses were going up. Our second goal is to continue our PFAS investigation and complete phase 3 under the MCP. Again, you know, the state 21E laws, the Massachusetts contingency plan, they really dictate the pace of the investigation and the formal steps that are involved. While we have insight into the timeline and the general steps that are expected, that doesn't necessarily resolve what we need to do financially. So our approach has been to continue to put forward borrowing authorization request commensurate with our MCP timeline. We're currently in phase 3 of that timeline. It's lasts for 1 year, and it ends with us delivering a interim report that details what we propose doing for the long term to remediate and monitor the site. So that report will be delivered to us by our consultant in the next 6 to 8 months with DEP review. So continuing with that is a big goal for us. Then our third goal was to design terminal renovations and compete for federal funding. We have backed off of that goal. We've kicked the major terminal work down the road for a couple of years. You know, clearly there will be a new airport manager coming in. Be appropriate for that manager to have influence and insight over the strategic and architectural aspects of that project. The one item we are continuing to move forward, though, related to that work is modification or replacement of the geothermal system. Yeah, the geothermal system has been implicated by our consultant group for long-term potential shifting of a PFAS plume, and we want no part of that. So we're going to revise. We're going to look at a few options and address that system appropriately. Whether that means modifying the existing geothermal system or replacing with a conventional system is still to be seen. But we've begun that design process. So initiatives, we are really a big project team. I feel like my major role is coordinating our project team among consultants, among legal counsel, among staff, with other departments. So we coordinate a project team to implement quality service delivery, not only to the traveling public, but to our residents and to our community who may not use the airport on a regular basis. Our second initiative is to identify and secure long-term funding options given regulatory uncertainty. The existence of a piecemeal federal budget in the style of continuing resolutions is incredibly disruptive to securing long-term stable funding and delivering long-term consistent projects. So we try to match our projects and our funding strategy based off of the on-the-ground conditions, much of which are happening in Capitol Hill and well beyond our control. And then we try to develop value-driven operational propositions. You know, Nantucket is not the real world. You have to look at dollar amounts that we need to deal with as numbers and making the numbers work. You know, nobody wants to pay $600 or $700 a ton per asphalt, but that's the reality of our pricing. And I'll talk about that later, but I'm not so much interested in talking about actual dollars as I am what is the value that we're getting for those dollars overall. For our current year accomplishments, we've continued our non-aeronautical portfolio development. We are a major landowner and we lease a lot of land, and it's a good time on Nantucket to be a landlord. The other great part about being a landlord is that each year we are less and less reliant on aviation activity to generate airport revenue. You know, aviation activity, it's been solid for the better part of the decade. Well, this decade, coming after COVID. We even didn't have a really major impact from COVID over the long-term aspect of the fiscal year. But over a much longer period, you know, economic activity is a driver of travel, especially corporate travel. Those track very closely with GDP. The airport is in a position where we don't have to chase air traffic and passengers. We can rely on stable rental income, delivering stable rents month after month, both in the winter and in the summer. So that's become an important part of our portfolio. We're proud of that. You know, ecological stewardship of our aeronautical grasslands. I was originally hired as the airport's environmental coordinator. My background originally long time ago now, was in environmental science and natural resources. We are extremely proud. It's not a competition, but I love to compete our grasslands with the land bank, with the Conservation Foundation. The history of aviation-based management plus large-scale deer exposure with our security fence, it's really generated a wellspring of biological diversity on our airfield. And we're proud of that, and we try to keep that going. Debt avoidance by leveraging grant opportunities. I give everyone involved today credit for moving along. I didn't have time to pull my figure, but I quoted it meeting several months ago, and I believe the airport has now gone 6 years and accepted over $100 million worth of grant funding without taking any of that long term. I think that's a credit to Brian, to his staff, to our existing and our former finance manager, and I'll take a little bit credit to me. We've competed and leveraged all of our grant opportunities very, very well, and we continue to be able to do that. There's always a benefit to having projects going that can be eligible for federal and state funding, because other funding recipients across the state or across the country, things happen and they drop out. And federal agencies, state agencies, they still need to spend that money somewhere. And we've been effective at making our case, waving our flag, and being able to unburden our collaborators of the money that's burning a hole in their pocket. And then we're also extremely proud of our transition planning from aqueous film forming foam to fluorine-free foam. There is no guidebook. As much as we've been at the tip of the spear for Mass DEP and PFAS regulation, we've been at the tip of the spear for transitioning not only our fuel farm, but now our fire trucks from AFFF to fluorine-free foam. There's a lot of technical and logistic work that you don't see, and I won't go into it because these two products aren't compatible with each other. So how one safely rinses and disposes of the foam, and I'll say in an off-site, off-island facility, is really important, not only to maintain safety, but to maintain our ecological stewardship. For our 5-year outlook, our regulatory mandates, we're tracking a few. PFAS regulation changes all the time. The only advice that I can give to FinCom and Capcom, for that matter, when we come before you for borrowing authorizations, is we don't know what the future is going to be for this contaminant. I can guarantee you it's going to be expensive, and we have to be nimble. I've been in the position in previous years of telling residents, I don't have the money to connect you to municipal water right now. And that's never a position I want to be in again. And I don't want future airport manager to be in that position. So I'm going to continue to borrow aggressively, but try to manage that borrowing and pay it off every year. In many cases, I mentioned federal requirements can be phased in. The requirements that the feds and state make of us, that's not what really gives me heartburn, but a lot of these requirements, sometimes they're not phased in, sometimes they're immediately, and they don't match up with our capital cycle. You've seen the airport come before you previously to have discussions of raising capital for grant-funded projects. That's helped a lot, but we still don't know what's going to come at us. And especially that deadline-driven component can be difficult to meet. Staffing, we've been fortunate to rebuild our staffing after a downturn. But long-term, the ability of the airport to build and maintain our own housing remains the most critical staffing element for future retention and recruitment of key positions. I think every 2 months, I have a staff member telling me, often in tears, that they've lost their housing and they're leaving the island. I have one person in emergency housing. One person has moved off island. Today was their last day in person. They're now remote. And I recently just lost a 22 veteran, took a job in Hyannis. So our ability to build, maintain, and control our own staff housing is paramount to the future of the airport. So I'll speed it up a little bit. The point I want to make under big ticket capital is you see the airport come to committees with different projects, some of which are funded, some of which are not. The point being that a project may cost $100 million, and the airport is looking ahead to a future runway construction in the next 5 years. It's not next year. It's going to be something like in the next 3 to 5 years. That sounds like a terrible thing, $100 million, a lot of money. Well, 95% of that is going to be funded, and then airport will probably be able to compete for a little bit more of its sponsor share. So, $100 million project at the end of the day for the airport really isn't a lot of money. Unfortunately, housing, we have to pay our own way. If we have a $10 million housing project, we pay all of that. So that's more impactful than a $100 million runway project. So as the airport continues to bring ticket items forward, please understand the funding strategy and the granting cost share is extremely important for evaluating this. For succession planning, recently we've made most of our major hires from within. In absence of a supervisor, we have a system both for union and non-union staff where line level rotate into a senior on-duty position, receiving a shift differential. I'm going to tell a Tom Rafters story. When Tom hired me out of the sewer department, I said, Tom, I'd really like this job. I'm very confident in my environmental skills, but right now, I don't know that much about airports. And Tom said, that is okay. I can teach you. In the American Association of Airport Executives, of which Tom had his accreditation and I do now, he's like, put your faith in them, take your courses through them, go to those conferences, and you will learn. They will teach you. And they have. And I think that's a great tool for airport staff. And we've trained and we've promoted that. I have staff taking courses now. A year ago, Preston Harriman received his CN designation. That's a great tool that I have used for the airport. So there are some graphs in front of you. I wasn't going to go through those. There's a table of airport budget detail with actuals. I think I'm expecting I'm going to open it up to you guys for your questions, and I'm happy to answer. So expense increase requests, capital items. Madam Chair, what is your preference? Would you like to hear me go through the capital items?
Yes, please, Noah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so item number 1, I discussed previously, our PFAS investigation. For phase 3, we are requesting a little over $3.5 million. We want to do not only what's required of us, but we want to be good stewards for the community. I am going to do that. I'm going to set the table for the incoming airport manager, but there's no grant funding for this. None of us are going to spend a penny more than we feel we need to accomplish those regulatory and community-facing goals. Paint, beads, rubber, marking removal, we do this every year. It's a requirement to maintain markings on the airfield. No one's really ever had concerns with that item. Related to PFAS, one of the best ways to get past the hurdle of decontaminating trucks that have used PFAS-containing foam is to just decommission them, get rid of them, get brand new trucks that have never seen the stuff and utilize fluorine-free foam. So in 2026, we will be outside of the timeline for our obligation to maintain an existing piece of equipment. Typically, we keep it for a lot longer. We have great mechanics. We take care of our machines. In this case, I'm going to get rid of it. I'm going to get a brand new one. And then I will have, in addition to the truck I received last week, 2 brand new firefighting pieces of equipment. They're force multipliers. They're mutual aid pieces for the town as well. And they will only have utilized fluorine-free foam. It's also 95% cost shared by the FAA and state DOT. New hard stands, again, the air carriers that operate seasonally, nobody operates a CRJ 200 or a Saab 340 anymore. Everyone operates an E175, E190, even an A220. These are physically heavier. I'm not going to go into pavement 101, but when you have a static load sitting on pavement, asphalt deforms over the long term, especially on a hot day. You want these sitting on concrete. That's a project we will compete for state funds. We've been successful in the past, but I can't guarantee that we'll successfully compete for an 80% cost share with the state. We have a new GSE storage facility. GSE is our acronym for ground service equipment. So when you're flying out of Logan or our airport, the catering trucks that load sodas into the back, that's a piece of GSE equipment. The tugs that move aircraft around, GSE, portable power units, et cetera, et cetera. My goal specifically with this line item is, you may have heard we recently expanded our ramp and we made commitments to operate it, you know, as socially and environmentally friendly as we can. That means we need people and equipment to do that. You know, we have a system and a management plan in place where we're towing aircraft away from that ramp extension and it's the pre-existing ramp for startup. We are buying more and larger ground power units and preconditioned air units to minimize the amount of APU runs that are needed. Specifically, anyone who's driven by our ramp over the last 10 years can see that the planes there are larger. Well, the electrical requirements are bigger, so we need larger and different pieces of equipment. It makes no sense in the world to buy, you know, $1 million worth of equipment and leave it outside to rust and expect it to run. My position is it's hand in hand. If I'm going to buy the equipment, I need a place to store it. This may not be eligible for grants, but they're items that we prorate into our service fees. It's all recoverable, you know, commensurate with the term of any debt that we'd accrue. Specifically, we charge ramp fees for incoming aircraft. The ramp fee covers the long-term cost recovery for this equipment, and we also charge specific service fees. But that's how we then pay the bill for these. South apron noise barrier. We are finalizing our design work now. We are putting this out to bid in March. So we have estimates back to inform if there are any changes needed on town meeting floor. I think there was a little confusion about the location for this. If there's a follow-up question, I'll find and bring up the figure. But the south apron noise barrier is on the inside of the tree line along the 1,400 foot or so length of the south apron expansion. So it's not visible from the road, not only from ground level, but from homes. The wall is 20 feet tall. The trees on the residential side of it are 30 feet tall. So it's not visible unless you're a pilot or passenger in a business jet parking on the ramp. It's most likely, in my opinion, going to be made of concrete just for long-term durability. But that's really an item I want my commission's input on. I have it on their agenda for the February meeting. If you've ever seen a highway wall driving around Boston, that's really what these things look like. And that's my expectation. The cost estimate that I have that I'm holding right now is 1,400 feet of noise barrier, highway noise barrier, would cost about $2.5 million on the mainland. Nantucket, I'm going to double it. I hope it comes in less. Triturator, that's a fancy name for a sewage or septic grinder. As we take on more commercial traffic, we haven't been able to keep up with the holding tank volume that larger aircraft want to offload into the septic system. So we don't offer that service to them. What I would like to do is upgrade our existing system with a sewage grinder or work with Mr. Gray so we can accept this waste and we would have a charge back to the airlines to cover that. The downside, and it happens from time to time, if an inbound, I'm going to pick on JetBlue, if an inbound JetBlue aircraft needs to pump out their holding tank when they land in Nantucket and it's full and they can't, well, sometimes they have to cancel the flight before they go back. So it's an inconvenience. It's a service we should be able to offer at the airport. And this is how we get that done. FBO ground support equipment, $1.5 million. That covers the request for a few different pieces of equipment. I apologize, I don't have that page in front of me, but it's it's a tug, it's a preconditioned air unit, it's a GPU. I believe we also have a Z-Track mower for mowing the grass islands around the airfield, and maybe a passenger bus. But that's a single request for multiple pieces of equipment. Okay, so with that being said, Madam Chair, what is your preference for the remainder of my time?
Thank you, Noah. So Stephen and Jeremy are the two folks that have focused on this particular budget. So I'm going to turn it over to Jeremy first, and then Stephen to ask questions, and I'll open it up to the rest of the committee. Thank you. Jeremy, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Denise. Noah, I was just curious, back to your initial comment, safety, which is obviously everyone's concern. How, and this may not be your purview, but how is the FAA fund, or what is their staff in the tower like? Are we fully staffed, or are we at a risk?
I'd have to defer that question to air traffic, most likely Patrick Topham. What I'd say is my understanding is that we are at or near full staffing. But again, I'm not 100% sure on that. My experience with air traffic locally is they really do a great job for us. The uniqueness of Nantucket is it's difficult to separate all of the different operational types into different runways or different areas of the airport. So they blend it all in. It's a unique situation. They do great work for us. I have all the faith in the world in them that, we're lucky to have them here and operating. But I can't say exactly where they are at staffing level because I don't know.
Okay. I have a few other questions. Just one thing, maybe not for today, but for next year or the next person doing this under your capital items, when you present them, it'd be really helpful to present the net equity, the net of the grants to be received as we take a look at, or others take a look at, how much capital needs to be appropriated. And I know you may do that with CapCon on each individual thing, but just on the chart, it would be helpful.
Understood. Thank you.
So my understanding is we sell a bunch of gas to the corporate and some of the JetBlues of the world. How much money do we make from that? And will that be limited as we have to limit our parking spaces in the future?
No, the largest limitation on fuel sales is steamship capacity. When the airport needs to access fuel, it comes to the airport 10,000 gallons at a time on a tanker truck. Our allocation tends to be peak summer around 11 or 13 trucks per week. So that's the hard cap on how much we can sell.
So if we have it, we will sell it. Is that how it works?
Yeah. We have, so I would welcome you, because I can talk about Jet A sales all day. We have a captive market, obviously, but we have a market people try to avoid. We capture about 30% of our corporate aircraft, and that demand is inelastic. Doesn't matter how we manage our margins, within reason, we capture 30% of our market, and they're only uplifting what it takes to get them to their next destination, where they've negotiated more advantageous fuel contracts. So fuel sales have been one item that we have managed through operational data. We've managed it very well. Fuel sales are about, I'm sorry, I'm trying to think on the fly between our fuel revolver, the cap is at about $6 million, and then we budget for an additional $2.5 million to flow into operating. So we budget for about $8.5 million in revenue from fuel annually, and we often exceed that.
And what's our margin usually?
Respectfully, I'd be happy to answer that, but respectfully, I'd like to keep that. Most FBOs do try to keep that confidential. It's a public record. Okay. So I'd say it really is in line with what you see related to our wholesale costs for the region.
Okay. So one last question. I think a year ago, I remember you talking about when the new vertical takeoff electric sort of personal airplanes start showing up, that you need to reserve some space to park them, and you had a concern about how to actually recharge them. And I wondered if that world is still coming fast and furious to us.
It is. So I have about once a quarter, I get a call from a manufacturer of these aircraft type. Right now it's manufacturers, it's not operators. No one is knocking at the door to start flying a route on them. But they're trying to drive home that they want the airport to invest in electrification strategies and technology. And I want everyone to know I'm very bullish on the technology. I'm very bullish on the application. I think it kickstarts that almost on-demand air service back and forth to the Cape. However, the requirements, and I'm not an electrical engineer, I can't talk about it in watts and load. The amount of electricity needed to quickly charge an eVTOL aircraft 1 every hour, it's huge. It's not plugging in, a trickle charger like you would for your car or your boat. The strategy that I think the airport would be best pursuing is ground leasing a piece of land to a firm that does this, to build a battery storage facility that charges in off-peak hours and then has the capability to charge these aircraft in the future. And in exchange for building that facility, that operator then is able to charge the airline's service for the electricity. It's actually very much like how a JFK or a Boston would manage their fuel farm. But the difficulty, especially for Nantucket, is it's already somewhat electrically limited. The airport itself is not the ultimate consumer of that electricity. So ultimately, I think it's on those operators in the future or a third party to figure out how to create and supply the infrastructure to the airport. And then the airport can regulate the operation of it into the aircraft.
Okay, so it's a necessary big capital project years into the future. But do you think it's 5 years, 10 years, or is it much closer?
It's driven by the pace of FAA certification. The FAA actually needs to write on a piece of paper that they've inspected this aircraft and it's ready to be operated in the National Airspace System. They've been slow to do that. The trigger is when certification is imminent. The greater ecosystem needs to think about how they're going to bring those capital projects forward. But again, my opinion is it's a capital project that would happen on an airport, but it's not the airport's capital project.
Got it. Well, thank you.
Stephen?
Thank you. And that was an interesting conversation there about the eVTOLs. I was interested in that. It's been a couple of years now that you've been forecasting their change. And I regret, Noah, that this is the last time we'll be having this meeting with you as the airport director. I think that's a loss for the airport and for the town. So thank you for your years of service. And on a personal note, thank you for bringing my kids around on the tour of the airport a few months ago. That was pretty cool. So
you're welcome.
And my question was going to be about the eVTOLs, but it also ties into what you talked about near the top of your presentation about the delay of the facility redesign or expansion for terminal facilities. Do you see that as having any that delay, having any operational impacts in the near term, or is it merely just a matter of, the number of months or years that we might be delaying the start of that planning process?
I think it's more of the same. If you've flown out of the airport on a busy weekend, expect more of that. It's not great. It's not the level of passenger service that I'd like to see, but it's manageable and folks still have access to the system. The difficult item that I see is in 2 to 3 years, if you've seen our tent, it's like, it's the Cadillac of tents, but it's still just a tent and it has an age associated with it. As our air carriers increase the size of the aircraft on the ramp, it pinches down on the dimensions they can operate, and we have available for replacing that tent in 2 to 3 years. So in 2 to 3 years, it really brings the issue to a head. I think this is just my opinion. I'm, lame duck airport manager. I can kind of say what I want, but if this isn't addressed in 2 to 3 years, then you could start seeing some operational problems. Whether that amounts to losing an air carrier who's just fed up with the system here, or doubling the number of passenger complaints to the airport about their facilities, that really remains to be seen. But I think where it's really getting difficult is internally and behind the curtain on airport staff and airport operations. I think it comes to a head in 2 to 3 years if there's not some sort of more formal reallocation of space.
Okay, it's a very telling answer. Thank you. Appreciate that. And that's all I had.
Thank you. No, just out of curiosity, do the med flights have to check in with the tower when they come to Nantucket to land at the hospital?
Yes. So again,
anything
I'll
that
preface
comes-
this
yeah.
by saying, I know more than 99% of the general public, but not as much as an air traffic controller. During regular operating hours, when the tower is staffed, yes, the med flights check in with the tower. The tower is giving them flight directions and procedures into our ramp. Typically, they're prioritized. During hours because our tower is only staffed from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. in the summer. All aircraft, regardless of whether they're med flights or not, there's a procedure. The acronym is called CTAP. It's how you self-announce in the Nantucket airspace when the tower isn't active. Additionally, and it's just my understanding, there are some procedures, as an emergency provider that are also available to the Coast Guard and Boston Med Flight to operate. Thumbs up. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So yes, they typically have priority, but I think most of the time they operate just as anyone else would in the airspace.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, any other questions for Noah? Noah, it was a pleasure. Best of luck to wherever you land next. See what I did there? Oh, Noah, did we lose you?
He froze.
He's frozen.
He was so touched by what you said.
Probably not, Stephen.
Just lost for words. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So over to.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, Chair.
Hold
My
on,
name.
hold on a second, Bob. Let's just make sure that Noah's, I think he's just done. Would everybody else agree? Yeah, okay. Okay, Bob, nice to see you. Thank you. And Bob and Michelle, now over to you on Our Island Home.
Okay, my name's Peter, by the way, so I'll be filling in for
Peter.
Bob.
I'm
How you
sorry.
doing?
Good,
No
how
problem.
are you?
Yeah. By the way, Noah, congratulations, and what a professional. We're gonna miss him. Okay, going on to what I have to, Steve, thank you for putting it up for me. As you know, our mission is to provide healthcare services that allow each resident to live their lives to the fullest potential. We do try to utilize all the community resources and involve ourselves with the community spirit to keep families together. We are humbled and honored to provide the residents and their families with the best nursing and rehabilitative care. We do strive to connect and collaborate with our healthcare partners to improve healthcare services. We also provide rehabilitative and nursing care that is individualized, innovative, holistic, culturally competent, and evidence-based, based on what CMS and the DPH regulations are. And we continue to build new and unique opportunities for the residents of Nantucket to age in place. And we do create a work environment for our employees that fosters positivity, growth, education, cultural competence, and teamwork. And as always, we try to bring our best to the table. Our goals is to create a comprehensive marketing plan, which we are doing, and we're working hard on it, to expand the awareness to the community, our off-island medical centers like the hospitals and other facilities, and of the available service provided for our island home. There's such a vast need for this. Then on goal 2, we continue to hire open nursing positions with permanent employees and away from the travel agencies. And we continue to put systems in place to increase the daily census in the Medicare admissions by reducing referral response team time. In fact, we just put in some more systems this week to reduce that time even further. We continue to provide higher acuity clinical care training to our aides and to our nurses because as we get more experience and as Medicare and Medicaid patients, they're becoming more complex. So the education is ongoing. Our initiatives, what do we got? To increase the number of outside activities, events, and venue to residents. If you see on our Facebook page and other social medias, you will notice that we do increase it. We have a lot of venues we go to, like the Whaling Museum, like the Athenaeum, and then Dreamland. And also we just came back from an activity Saturday night with the residents with the jazz concert from St. Paul's Church. And then we'll work with different providers and organizations and marketing awareness of our island home. We try to go out to the Rotary, to the Salt Marsh and all that to make a point of view that we are available to work with them. We continue to work with the design team on identifying and implementing the discipline needs of the new facility, especially with the new DPH regs and CMS regs and requiring what is required in a new facility. Currently, we are grandfathered with what we have here, but with the new facility, the whole complexity of care and the size requirement is changed. Okay, then also we have to decrease the take back and the penalties associated with CMS in the Medicaid audits by implementing additional oversight in-house in conjunction with contracted MDS services. And then affiliation agreement with the Nantucket High School vocational program to train students as certified aides. We're also working with Upper Cape to make sure that maybe we can also have our aides trained to be LPNs. Okay, our current year accomplishments. We have increased our nursing home compare 5-star rating from a 1-star to a 4-star. And right now we're fluctuating between a 4 and 3, depending on when the reports are coming out. There was like 3 months look back, but they changed monthly. Also, we increased our average Medicaid daily rate from $7.56 to $8.07 as a result of increased nursing and rehabilitation documentation to capture the skills that allow for the higher rate of reimbursement. That's pretty impressive because it was much lower. I think it was actually lower than $7.56 when I first started. And then when we got preferred therapy into the building, we were able to decrease it to $7.56. And now that we're capturing all the documentation, implementing new programs to document this, we're up to $8.07. That is quite an accomplishment. Then also with our annual Department of Public Health surveys, the annual life safety survey and the clinical survey, we were above state averages with 4 minor deficiencies for standard survey, which is the state average is 8 to 9, and we only got 4. And on life safety, we had no deficiency, which is quite rare. These can be found on Nursing Home Compare. You can see the website. Just to give you right now, we're going to start going into a survey preparation mode. I'm just telling you what we're doing. We're getting ready for the annual survey. We are in the window. So not only are we going out with the marketing and everything, we also feel that we need to have a good survey going forward to prove that we are doing a good job here at OIH. Nursing department, we have secured a full-time permanent RN who is a island resident. In fact, we had four nursing applications interviewed this week. And the major thing that was like, not a stumbling block, but they had questions on is the housing staffing and what they can offer. as you noticed it from all the other presentations this morning. We are now able to offer 6 days a week of a rehabilitation therapy service. That's just started. We were at 5, but what's happening is that the weather, especially starting in end of November all the way through March, when the ferries are canceled and the winds are picking up, sometimes that could prevent us from collecting the documentation to provide services for our residents to get this higher Medicaid rate. With the addition of a geriatric physician and a behavioral nurse practitioner in the facility, we have vastly improved the quality of care for the resident population, and we thus provide timely documentation which aids in the increase in Medicaid and Medicare rate and reimbursement. I just want to say we have a geriatric physician, which is quite rare to have in a facility. Also, I've talked to other physicians on the island. They are thrilled, like the hospital is thrilled that we do have a geriatric physician on the island providing care for us. And that has alleviated their workload from the hospital from coming over, seeing their own patients here. We have got that feedback. So they're appreciative of the fact that we have now on board 3 to 4 days a week, a geriatric physician who specializes in elder care. And also, which is rare, we have an actual behavioral nurse practitioner who comes to the facility on and off to check the behaviors in the psychotropic meds and all that, and follow our residents on that, which provides, the surveyors are quite pleased with that. Okay, the 5-year outlook. What do we have? If I'm going too fast, just slow me down, okay? Thank you.
No, you're fine, Peter. It's fine. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, for the regulatory mandates, basically what is happening is like, because of COVID, RSV, influenza A, that really, because of the pandemic and everything, I thought when COVID went away, but it's not going away, that they would just concentrate on COVID. But now they picked up the mantle of including all these infectious diseases under infection control. So all these new regs and requirements coming from CMS and DPH, they are actually changing the way all our departments, they were affecting the kitchen, they were affecting the laundry, housekeeping, even administration and how we look at infection control. So that's all going to go into effect, and then that's going to be reflective in this year's survey coming up. So once that's going to implement additional staffing, with the staff we got, but being more conscious of infection control, all departments, all around. And we'll also have to buy some equipment, which we already have, to address this infection control requirements. The staffing items, the succession planning, we are working hard to replace our travel nursing with permanent town employees. We are working hard on that. We got one. DON now is a town employee too. So we are slowly working to get traveling into town, making the town replace travels. Big ticket items. We have no capital expenditures that we anticipate asking for in fiscal year 2026, but in the next 5 years, while keeping in mind of the new facility, there will be items that would be needed to be addressed at this facility. The physical plant that we currently have, to ensure that we remain in compliance with DPH CMS regulations, and to ensure the quality of care during the construction of the new facility. We have new windows. The funds have already been secured. We anticipate that to be completed in fiscal year 2026. Lauren Sinatra, she acquired a $75,000 grant to help us with those windows. Then the fire doors and fire dampers, we have to repair and replace them, along with the corridor doors and resident doors, because of the new life safety focus this year. And then the DPH and life safety regulations, they continue to change, and we constantly have new items to address each time they come in. Okay, if we, in the next 5 years, should the new facility be placed on hold, The current location will need to complete the following. We're looking at a new west wing shower. The funds are secured for that. For a new generator and shed, that generator is over 30 years old. So the funds are secured for that also. The sprinkler pipes, they are starting to deteriorate. That's because of the age of the facility. And we're starting to replace lengths of our sprinkler pipes. Also the sprinkler heads, they were last replaced in 2026. So now we have to take a certain amount each time that the vendor comes in on a quarterly basis or a yearly basis. They'll take down a certain amount of sprinkler heads throughout the facility and test them. If they fail, we replace them. But if it's over a certain percentage, they will require us to replace all of them. Also, we do need an upgrade of the IT infrastructure. If you want to, we are at max on that. So we have a lot of issues with the IT in the building. Our IT department is probably the best. They always are helping us, everything. But just the physical nature of the what we have, we do have to do a total upgrade on that. Replacement of the exterior trim on the building. That's due to the age and the elements that we're witnessing on the water. We do have to do an upgrade to the garage. Also, the facility fencing along the patio area that keeps all the residents in, but they're able to go on the patio, that's going to have to be replaced. Also, the kitchen, the cabinetry inside the dining room and inside the kitchen, that's all original, and that needs to be replaced too. In the wastewater piping, that's to prevent the backups. That's in the south wing in the kitchen. We get that seasonally. It's not all year round. And what happens, like in the end of March and April, with the heavy rains and the change of the tidal plains, the flooding, it fills up the groundwater and it seeps back into the building. David Gray's aware of it, and he helps us immensely on alleviating that problem. Also, the electrical needs and installation. We are maxed inside this current facility with the electrical, with all the new computers, the monitors, all the new technology we need for the medical records and everything. We actually need to increase the electrical capacity in the building. Okay, moving on.
Yeah, so Peter, at this point, we'll go to the EIRs and go through those.
Okay, so the EIRs. First one is the utility fuel increase. That's $12,000. That's just due to the rising cost of fuel and inflationary, and we're just basing it on what we spent last year and what was the difference was. And we're looking at the $12,000 increase, which should be recurring. The same goes for the electricity, $11,000. Then we go down to the food supplies. We noticed was a vast amount of cost of the food, especially everybody here. We notice what that is. That's inflationary. And we have to maintain the food quality and everything for DPH, and that will be reflected in our quality care. Also, nursing supplies increase due to the complexity of the patients, especially the rehab patients and the meds. The cost of antibiotics alone is huge. I mean, just one dose run of an antibiotic can cost us $3,000 on a Medicare A patient, and that comes out of our own pocket. And then pharmacy supplies, that's just the general, like the pens, wipes, shampoos, and everything. That's also because of inflationary. And even though it's listed last year, it's the employee housing cost increase to keep the current permanent staff that we have and the travel agencies, nurses that we do have. And that should, and that's just bare bones, but we all know what the housing issue is with our staff, and that's at everybody's department. Okay?
Thank you. And then the capital item, as we know, and we'll have a separate discussion about that at Finance Committee, is the new facility construction. So thank you, Peter. At this point, I'll turn it over to Joe. You have the lead on this to ask any questions, and then I'll open it for the rest of the committee. Joe, you're muted. Joe, you're muted.
There was a presentation in mid-December, I think the 19th, to the select board, and it included a pro forma on the Island home. And one of the statements was that none of the categories of residents, and I think there are 3, produces enough income to cover the fixed costs. Is that something that you agree with?
We're working on, what I'm saying is that we are increasing, we're getting closer to covering that cost, because if you notice, with all the new systems, we're working to cover it, Joseph, really, because we increased the Medicaid rate from 705 to 756, now to 805.
Yeah.
And our population is actually changing, Joseph. I mean, just this year, last 6 months, we're getting a lot more short-term rehabilitations. So our revenue is increasing that way. We've seen an uptick in short-term rehabilitation. Currently, our census is increasing dramatically. Currently, we're at 43. We got another admission coming in next week. That'll put us at 44 with 1 empty bed. We are seeing a lot more short-term, so we are closing the gap on that. And we're doing everything we can to close the gap on that, Joseph. But will there be a shortfall? I mean, yes and no. I mean, we're working hard to close that gap through increases of private pay rates, in the documentation, the systems that ENF is putting in to help us eliminate it, Joseph.
Libby, I'm going to have you jump in, and then Peter, Joe, I'll go back to you, and then Peter, I'll come to you. So Peter,
I'm sorry. I was just going to say that the revenue will never cover the operations of this facility. It just won't. It's not a privately run facility. It's public, and we'd have to increase the room rates to something that nobody could afford. And this is all in the presentation that Joe was referring to.
Libby, if I could, Denise, could I just jump in? Just
yeah, please.
It's
Go
Rick.
ahead,
It's Rick. Joe, just so we're clear, the numbers that were presented in December, the select board was using FY23 and FY24 data. We didn't have updated data beyond that at the time that we created the presentation. So I guess the best thing we can say about it is it seems like it's on a decent trajectory.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Joe, do you have more questions? And then I'll go.
I don't have more questions.
Okay, thank you. Peter, you had your hand up. Did you put your hand back down?
Libby and Rick did a good job. I didn't have to say anything.
Okay, all right. Joanna, over to you.
Thank you. So just a question about, operations and running at a loss. So if we're never going to run at a break even, what is like your projected loss? Like I would say over the next few years, and then once you're in the new building, do you have a sense of what that loss would be? Like what's the gap between the funding and what the town would have to cover?
And I'm going to go to Libby first. Peter?
Thank you, Denise. And I might have Rick jump in there. Again, we gave the board this presentation in December, and that was basically the question that the select board was asking.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have off the top of my head that exact number. And as Peter said, and Rick, we are trying to close the gap, but the gap has existed since day one. And,
yes.
And especially with debt service and rising expenses, it's never going to fully close. What exactly it is, I'm not sure. But Rick, do you remember?
Yeah. So, what we had in the pro forma was an increase in the census due to the new facility. Sorry, back up. The exam question for the select board was, what does the 5-year pro forma look like? So over the 5 years, we have, we're modeling the new facility in there, and that increases the census, and that also allows us to increase the room rates a bit. Nevertheless, as we pointed out to the select board, Medicare rates increased by 2 to 2.5%, and we know that other costs like health insurance and buildings insurance and other items tend to increase at at a higher pace than that, for, for this island. So it's not an improving, picture over time. But we did not forecast out beyond 5 years.
Mhm. But is
And-
there a range of the loss, Rick?
Well, so, I mean, okay, so this is gonna go to Joe Wright's, question about this, which is the loss. We need to decide if the loss includes the revenue from the subsidy. It's a permanent override. But we have the subsidy increasing 2.5% a year, and that probably won't be enough 6 or 7, 8 years down the road.
So Joanna, one way to think of it is the total cost of ownership rather than, so the subsidy or the override, the $5 million override, which I can't remember which year it was voted in, but several
Mhm.
years ago.
Mhm.
That increases, as you know, at 2.5% going forward. Secondly, there'll be then the debt service on the capital, which I believe is in the range of $8+ million a year for 30 years. So on the new facility. So yes, the subsidy is technically revenue, but it's also then part of the total cost of ownership of our home.
Mhm.
That's kind of how I look at it, which I realize is a little different, but it's yeah. And as Libby said from the beginning, our island home has always run at a loss. There's never going to be enough income to subsidize the cost of running the facility.
Right. I understand that part. I was trying to get to a place where so you just identified a 13-something million carrying cost, right, of the project year over year. But I was trying to get to a place of, is the loss like $500,000 a year? Is it $800,000 a year? Right? Like not like beyond the carrying cost, the cost of operations.
Well, there's a shortfall of $5 million a year.
Yeah.
Or the
Okay.
town wouldn't have needed the override 4 years
So
ago.
yes, I understand that. So you don't, so
That
yeah.
doesn't get better.
Okay.
It's not getting down to $500,000.
Okay. Okay.
Unless
I'm not sure.
Brian is a better number than I have. in my head.
I think with debt service, so if we just take the whole thing, with debt service, including the override as revenue, you're looking at in 2028 a operating deficit of $8 million, 13.5 if you back up the subsidy.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
The override. That's what I mean by subsidy. Sorry.
Understood. Okay. My question actually is for Libby and Brian, which is at annual town meeting and at the election, if our island home, if the new facility isn't approved, right now, this budget is for running our island home as it is because there's no new facility magically there on July 1st, right? So this budget reflects what it's going to cost to run it next year and the things that have to be fixed in the short term. Post the annual town meeting and the election, if it's not approved or it's not approved from the voters, either one, then we take a look at some capital improvements that might need to happen and potentially go through at the special town meeting because of the fact that we know there's no new facility on the horizon in 3 years. Will we restate anything? Or will we wait till the annual budget process next year?
Well, none of the items that are mentioned in this list here have gone through, well, I shouldn't say none. Some of them have not gone through the capital improvement process yet. I don't know if we would really have sufficient time to do that before the special, maybe. I think we would need to understand get some policy direction from the select board on this.
No, that's
But
fair.
it's a very good question, and I think it's a little bit up in the air. And I think that it's been said publicly by board members and others that if we do not secure funding for a new facility, we can't keep the current facility going forever.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these improvements could make it last longer, but the facility is not in the condition that you would build today, obviously. And it is technically not in compliance with newer
Right.
skilled nursing facility regulations. And some decisions are gonna have to be made.
Okay, thank you, Libby. Any other questions for the committee for Peter before we say thank you to Peter and Michelle? I know you are on patiently listening. Seeing none, thank you very much. Thank you, Peter, for the presentation. Very comprehensive and very nice to meet you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Libby. Thank you, Peter, and thank you, Rick. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Okay, that wraps budget. The date of our next meeting is Monday, February 3rd. It is the public hearing for the warrant. So I know you particularly appreciate the reading of the warrant, one article at a time. So I can see the glee on all of your faces as I say that. And so we'll go through them one by one. We will be able to make recommendations on some of the usual suspects that are pretty straightforward. So we will get some of those done on Monday as well as part of the reading of the warrant article by article. Is there any other business from members on the committee before I ask for an adjournment? Seeing no hands raised, I want to thank everybody. Libby, thank you to you and all the team and all the hard work that goes in. We know a lot goes in and it's much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you, team.
May I have an adjournment, please?
So moved.
Yeah, sure. Everybody's very zippy with the adjournment motions. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, good. Roll call. Peter.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Joanna.
Aye.
Rob.
Aye.
Jeremy.
Aye.
Denise, aye. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your dedication to this. It's very important and it's very appreciated. Have a great rest of your weekend.
Thanks,
Thank you,
everybody.
Denise.